Maybe I need to take myself off mute there, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are tuning in from, wherever in the world you are. I'm sure you are pumped and excited for today's match between Novak Djokovic and Tommy Paul. We will bring you live ball by ball commentary as we head through this second semi-final between the Serb and the American. Of course, Novak Djokovic, should he progress to the final and win the tournament, he will return to the pinnacle of the sport as world number one. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat here. I can see it here. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat as to how you see this match going. I've got a poll as well for you to vote in as to who you think is going to win today's match. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel so you can continue to keep up to date with all things tennis. What are your predictions for today? What did you think of the Stefanos Tsitsipas match, by the way, earlier on? By the way, we do have an image of Tommy Paul here warming up earlier in the gym. I've also seen Novak Djokovic on the practice court. He is still wearing the strapping on the hamstring. I do not expect that to disappear, but thus far, it hasn't caused him too many issues on the court. None more so than in the previous two rounds, which he won both in straight sets. He was awesome against Alex de Minaur, and he was very good against Andrei Rublev, albeit that I think he may have had a bit of assistance from the Russian. Andre did not bring his best tennis in the quarterfinals. So get in the live chat, get your thoughts both on the semi-final that's coming up between Tommy Paul and Novak Djokovic, but also the semi-final that we just had between Stefanos Tsitsipas and Karen Khachanov. How did you think that was? Excuse me. Tsitsipas winning in 4 sets. We had that here on the channel. Tsitsipas, of course, that barely tells the story because he was serving for the match at 5-3. Sorry, was it 5-3 or 5-4? 5-4 in the third set. But what about that smash? Deary, deary, deary me. The smash from Stefanos Tsitsipas. And he nearly paid the price. He had 2 match points as well in the tiebreak, but he was tentative. He was nervous. Okay, I can see something here. Hi, Katarina. I don't know which language that is, but maybe from Pecco. But anyway, good to have you on board. Make sure you hit that like button, people, and subscribe to the channel to continue to keep up to date with all things tennis. We will be joined very shortly by both Jethro and Jamie, who are going to be helping us with the commentary for today's match. We'll come back to the match, though, in a second. Listen, regarding the Tsitsipas match, in the 4th set, he regained his composure and got an early break. Good for him. He goes up 3-love, and this time he did not relinquish it. So he awaits the winner of Tommy Paul and Novak Djokovic in the final. If it's Tsitsipas against Djokovic, the world number 1 ranking will be on the agenda. Hi, Albert Philippe. Hi, Katarina, by the way, all joining in the live chat. Make sure you hit the like button if you are tuning in on Facebook or on where are we? YouTube. And let us know your thoughts on the match and subscribe to the channel if you are new. If it is your first time here, you will not miss out on anything tennis related. Also hit the notification bell so that way you get a recognition of when we're going live on all of these kinds of stream. Okay, cool. Let's have a quick look at the poll that I've got. We've got 234 votes so far. 83% in favor of Novak Djokovic in that poll. So get voting because that poll will not be open forever. And by the way, today is Novak Djokovic's 10th Australian Open semi-final. So he's been in 9 before. Coffee, sip, break. He's been in nine before. You do the maths, ladies and gentlemen. He's been in 9 Australian semi-finals, and he's won all 9. He's been in 9 Australian Open finals before, and he's won all 9. Okay, listen. Let's have a quick thought as well, though, about the women's final, of course, which will be coming up on the channel tomorrow. I can see Tommy Paul still warming up, by the way, in the background area there. We will have Jamie and Jethro joining us very, very soon. I can see Jamie there saying just coming in now, which is great. We'll get his thoughts on perhaps on City Pass, but also the tournament as a whole. And of course, in particular, this upcoming semi-final between Novak and Tommy. Make sure you get voting in the poll, as I said, because it won't be here forever. I can see Boris Becker on my screen, by the way. He's smiling. What are your predictions for today? I'm going for Novak in 4. Maybe Tommy might spring a surprise early on. Of course, Tommy Paul, by the way, getting to this final by winning in 4 sets against Ben Shelton. Novak Djokovic's route to the final, semi-final, has been a bit more comfortable. He's only dropped 1 set en route, and that was in the second round against Coco. Are you worried about Tommy? Are you worried about Novak's hamstring? Do you think that is going to cause him a problem either today or potentially in the final? Berries eaten. By the way, give us a follow on Twitter as well, at Talking Tennis TT. We are still a few minutes away from this match beginning, so they've yet to enter court. So you're not missing anything as yet. Did you miss the Tsitsipas, by the way, match with Khachanov? If you did catch it, or even if you didn't, give me your thoughts on that particular encounter. Tommy Paul, by the way, in the last 6 months, has been coming into some good form. We remember his win against Rafa Nadal in Paris-Bercy last year in 3 sets. I was at that match in particular and was very impressed with how he won that match. He went out in the quarterfinals in Paris-Bercy, meaning he didn't... he went out in the quarterfinals to Stefanos Tsitsipas in the quarterfinals there. So if he was to win today, could be a rematch on the cards. But I think you'll agree that he is definitely the outsider. It is his first Grand Slam semi-final. It is more than 30 Grand Slam semi-finals for Novak, and 9 have come in Australia in the past, and he has won each and every one of them. So, tall order in front of Tommy Paul. Is there anybody here who thinks Tommy Paul is going to win today, by the way? Not very many people in the live chat suggesting so far, and not many people voting for Tommy Paul. Just 17% of voters anticipating a Tommy Paul win today. Keep voting. That will remain open for a little while yet. So get voting as to who you anticipate winning that encounter. Okay. As I said, Tommy Paul's route here, though, to the final has been very different to Novak Djokovic's because Djokovic losing just 1 set in the second round to Coco. He wins the first round against Roberto Caballes Baena in straight sets. He drops a set in the second round. In the third round, Dimitrov, tight in the first set, 7-6, he won that one, but ultimately prevailing in straight sets. De Minaur, unbelievable, winning that match with losing just 5 games. First time against De Minaur, by the way. First time he'd ever played De Minaur Novak. And it's also the first time, by the way, he's playing Tommy Paul. So they have a 0-0 head-to-head. By the way, regarding the semi-final earlier, Tsitsipas, of course, now has a 6-0 head-to-head against Karen Khachanov. Karen Khachanov has lost 23 consecutive matches against top 10 players. And by the way, I can see Jamie Jubon. I'm going to bring him in now. Hey, Jamie, how's it going?
Hello, John. Nice to see you, mate. Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
I don't know if you heard me in the middle of a very lengthy spiel there.
No, I could hear it all. You were sort of taking away some of the things that I had to say as well.
So that's it. Oh, well, thanks for joining us, Jamie. See you later.
That's it. Yeah. No,
Jamie, I'm going to get your thoughts on the upcoming match in a second. Just going to remind everybody who's tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. There's also the opportunity you can join the channel by clicking that join button below. You can become a member and therefore get exclusive benefits such as exclusive content and extra things such as that, live chat things, emojis, early videos, etc., and shout outs. All sorts of things can come your way, especially if you go for the Grand Slam package. You'll even get discount on merchandise too. Listen, I said I would be asking you a couple of questions. Oh, and also feel free to donate to the channel via a super chat. You can do so, which helps keep us bringing you content such as this. Jamie, yeah, what are your thoughts on this semi-final coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. As you were saying, I think it's going to be, a really, really tall order for Tommy Paul, isn't it? I'm struggling to see a situation really where we're kind of still here in 2.5, 3 hours time. Unfortunately, I don't want to put any of the listeners off. Hopefully it would be a good match. But I'm not. If I was a Djokovic fan, I wouldn't be kind of. I guess the only thing is it's the injury, isn't it? Right, but the injury has seemed relatively fine in the last 2 rounds, particularly against de Minaur and Rublev. Was a struggle against Dimitrov, but yeah, haven't played before. That could be also an interesting factor. But he hadn't played de Minaur before, had he either? And de Minaur won 5 games.
Yeah, I know.
So.
I thought that was interesting. I went to look for the head-to-head between Novak. I'm just bringing in Jethro as well. He's in here now as well. Hi, Jethro. How are you?
Hello. Good. How are you guys?
Good, Jethro.
Good. I'll
Good
come
guy.
to you in a second, Jethro. But yeah, I was thinking about. I think I posited what reasons can de Minaur be optimistic. And by the way, Jethro, I've not got confused. I know de Minaur is not in this semi-final. I'm just harking back to a couple of rounds ago. Yeah, what reasons can de Minaur be optimistic? And all I could think of, hamstring aside from his opponent, was home crowd, and they've never played before. And that didn't make any difference at all. Novak losing just 5 games. I do, though, think, a bit like Matthew D'Souza in the chat, I do think that Tommy Paul will pose a bit of a bigger problem to Novak than either de Minaur or Andre Rublev did in the previous round. Jane has joined the membership. Thanks, Jane, for joining. That's great. You can be a member too, just like Jane, by clicking that join button that you see below the video. But yeah, I do think that Tommy Paul could, so if he serves well, like he did against Ben Shelton, for example, and he has served well throughout this tournament, if he serves that well, he could get to a tiebreak. Let's say he gets to a tiebreak in the first set, wins the first set. It may take Novak a bit of time. We remember how it took him a little while to get a hold on Kyrgios's serve at Wimbledon last year, to some extent as well against Berrettini in the Wimbledon final the year before. The thing is, though, Novak always works things out fairly quickly. So even if Tommy Paul was to take the first set, I would still expect Novak to prevail in 4. And by the way, I am kind of clutching at things a bit. What do you think, Jethro?
Yeah, my thoughts on this are, I think Paul is going to do a lot better than de Minaur, because I think he's not too far off de Minaur in terms of speed around the court, and he's an amazing athlete, just like de Minaur is. But Paul plays with a lot more spin, whereas if you play flat against Djokovic on a hard court and you're not Del Potro levels of power, you're going to get absolutely blown off the court. Whereas Paul likes a lot of spin on his forehand, likes to loop it quite a lot, and that could create some interesting angles on the Djokovic forehand. And he can hit with a lot of power from the back of the court as well. Not like insane power, but a lot more power than de Minaur. De Minaur kind of really relies on a short ball. So I think this is going to be very, very much less one-sided than the de Minaur match for those reasons.
And Rublev as well.
And Rublev as well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Rublev just couldn't hit through, and Djokovic the same as life. Whereas Paul, yeah, he can mix it up. He'll get to a lot of balls. But yeah, I mean, I still see it being straight sets to Djokovic. Oh, thank you, Jane.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think
do too, but it just could be. I just didn't really ever see the Rublev match being interesting, if you like, and it never
no.
was really at any stage. I mean, once he got the early break, and the weird thing was, I think Rublev needed to bring his A game, and he probably brought his C game. If I'm honest. I don't think Rublev turned up, which also explains why he looked so down afterwards. I mean, if you bring your A game and you lose like that, maybe, but I saw him down afterwards. I don't think he played his best tennis. I do think that perhaps there is a sort of a mental block for him. Anyway, Matthew de Souza, by the way, offering a lot of optimism for Tommy Paul. He's pretty sure it'll go over 3 hours, so strap in tightly. And he also pretty sure that it won't be straight sets. We got some conversation as well in the live chat, which I think is in Serbian, which is great, Albert, to have you on board. Yeah, your support for whichever player. I'm guessing you're going for Novak today. Jamie, did you see anything from the earlier semi-final?
No, unfortunately, I didn't because it's a bit too early. I've only just kind of woken up. But looking at the scoreline, I guess it kind of went how I was expecting it to go. I mean, yeah, it seems like the first 3 sets were really tight, right? And then Stefanos kind of ran away with it, perhaps in the fourth, which I guess is surprising in some ways for Khachanov winning the 3rd set and then Stefanos then kind of running away with it in the fourth, because seeing the kind of Steph winning the first 2 and then Khachanov winning the 3rd, you might think that Steph might get a bit tight at that point. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it. So did you guys see it? And what are your thoughts?
I did. Yeah. Did you see it, Jethro?
No.
Okay.
I did wake up in the middle of the night. I was actually having a dream about tennis.
Oh, how about that?
Certain
Dreaming
results were
tennis.
certain results going my favor in my dream that weren't in reality. But no, I chucked it on and just kind of went back to sleep with it on. And I think, I think Tsitsipas was 2 sets love up at this point, or 1 set up, and 1 set up, and it was on serve in the 2nd set. And then I went back to sleep. And yeah, I did say Tsitsipas in 4 because I thought that was a pretty fair prediction for that match. And yeah, I was correct.
What I would say, Jamie, is the result does not tell you a lot because there was quite a bit of drama, let's say. What happened? Okay, so 4 breaks of serve in the first set. Stefanos Tsitsipas was serving for it as well. He kept getting a break up, then getting reeled in. Then it goes to the tie break, and he crushes him in the tie break, I think, to the loss of 2 points, Stefanos. So you're thinking, okay. Stefanos gets a crucial break at the end of the, end of the 2nd set, and takes that one, 6-4, which again makes you wonder, well, it doesn't sound like that much of a drama to me, John, but all the drama came in set 3. Why? Because Stefanos Tsitsipas goes up a break, looking pretty comfortable, playing really, really well, serving unbelievably, winning about 85% on his first serve, for example, at this stage. He is now serving for the match, by the way, with that break.
Oh.
In the 3rd set, and blows it. And blows it in the most spectacular possible way. The backhand, which looked pretty good, suddenly was like jelly. And then, even worse, a smash that I'm telling you, he puts it away 99 times out of 100. He's at break point, by the way, with this smash. So it's like, go back to deuce, 2 more points, you win the match on serve. Or you've got that, what feels like an age for the ball to come down. Of course, he completely mishits it, which is all about tightness. Then, of course, can you imagine now how he feels going into the tie break? By the way, 2 match points in the tie break, 6-4 up. He goes to jelly again. And I'm telling you, he's just falling apart at this stage. And now Khachanov, sensing it, is just getting balls in play and waiting. Also, Tsitsipas was kind of waiting for Khachanov to make a mistake, if you like, because that's what you do when you're tight and you're just hoping that Khachanov, not a bit of it. He was as cool as a cucumber. I mean, no pressure on him at this stage. But anyway, ultimately, really, really good job from Steph to get his composure back for the 4th set. Goes up an early break. And he went 40 love up when he was serving for the match, and you kind of knew it then he's gonna keep it, and he did. So yeah, that was the match, but it was pretty dramatic in that 3rd set.
So at that stage, at the end of the 3rd set, John, what were you sort of thinking could happen? Were you thinking there's a real chance that Steph might blow this?
Yeah, but I do think he's playing a guy he's beaten 5-0 before today. Of course, it's now 6-0. And I also, of course, with Hachanov, he's lost 20 before today, and now it's 23 times in a row. He's lost against top 10 opponents. So I just think if that's against Novak and you blow it, or Rafa and you blow it, then it's a bit different, if you like. Then the anxiety. Whereas I just think that if you produce the same tennis you produced in the first 2.5 sets, you're winning this match. I think that helps. But of course, if it's against a big guy or even someone like Alcaraz, you might also realize that isn't necessarily going to be enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's through, so he can sit back, relax.
I'm glad Hachanov got a set. Another good run where the draw opens up. Hachanov is kind of showing he is a kind of top 15, outskirts of top 10 kind of quality player. I still think there's so much more he should be getting out of his game with that frame. Like, he's massive. And he's got a good serve. His serve could still be better for his height. And he could be so aggressive, and he just kind of would rather be solid.
Indeed. You're talking about Hachanov here, right?
Yeah. No, not Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas, if he gets any more aggressive, he'll shank every ball into Sydney from Melbourne.
I mean, my analysis before the match was basically this: that if the Tsitsipas who played Lehecka turns up, then I think Hachanov has a chance. I think we always kind of felt confident in the Hachanov that would turn up, in that it would be. By the way, Djokovic is leading 15-love on his own serve here. We'll keep you up to date. And of course, if anything crazy happens, Djokovic has a smash, which he puts into the net, by the way.
We've got a Djokovic smash 2 points into the match.
Yeah, indeed, into the net as well. But listen, I think I made a comment about double faults yesterday. Rybakina made a double fault in the first point. She misses her first 3 serves, goes on to hold to 15, no big deal. Azarenka double faults at crucial moments in the second set, but also in the tiebreak, and you pay the price. So I think Novak putting that smash into the net, there are worse times to do that, if you like.
That was a good return from Paul. I'm curious to see how he's going to return Djokovic's serve today, because we know Paul's a very good returner, but Djokovic has become such an amazing spot server. Indeed, I hope he can. Yeah. I hope he can live with this serve, because there's so many opponents Djokovic faces where they're like, oh, he's good returner, and then they just don't even break.
Listen, it's been a good start for Tommy Paul, 15-30, but I do think really it's Novak errors, though. I know you're praising the return of Tommy Paul, but he puts that one into the net, by the way, 30 all.
Expect you soon.
Yeah. And listen, I mean, first set could well be super important. A bit like in the Rublev match, it was kind of like you've got to get off to a flyer, and Rublev did anything but. Tommy Paul, as I said, could get this to a tiebreak, for example. Listen, I'm not expecting Tommy Paul to win, but I do understand where Matthew is coming from in the comment that he made earlier about it not being 3-0, etc., and also him having confidence in Tommy Paul in that it could well go 4, but I still expect Djokovic to prevail. Jamie, what's your prediction in terms of sets for this? Was it straight set, Novak?
Straight sets, yeah. I think I'm going to go for Paul to win. I don't think he'll win 10 games.
Okay, wow.
We should put a bet on that. Over under 10 games for Tony Paul.
I mean, I think it'll be over 10. Oh, okay. Double fault from Novak, 30-40.
It's a shaky start from Djokovic. She looks a bit nervous, actually.
He might have the first of the 10 here.
It's difficult to know if it's nerves or something. Anyway, yeah. Where's Novak's father? I don't see him in that. Maybe he was there. I didn't. It was just cut away. But he's been in the news a bit recently. But
I read this morning that it was incorrect. Like, Russian media ran this story saying he said, up go Russia or something, and apparently he just said like, "Cheers, guys," is all he said.
Yeah,
and they're already all over the news everywhere. Is now supposedly Djokovic's dad loving Russia, and it's just awful. It's the whole situation is just awful, and I feel really sorry for Djokovic because his dad gets himself in stupid situations anyway. But
it's his first time there since 2008. Apparently he hasn't been. Well, I mean, obviously they weren't there last year, but But apparently,
Yeah.
the family hasn't been there since '08.
Yeah.
That's surprising. Yeah, and because in his younger days, they kind of used to be everywhere, if I remember rightly. They would always be there,
Yeah.
his parents.
In Australia, you mean?
Yeah, well, just kind of everywhere that he played. Certainly every Grand Slam they were at when he was younger.
Tommy Paul goes long there with a forehand, so it's now game point for the first time in this particular encounter for Novak. So yeah,
But yeah, it's a decent start for Paul.
regarding the father, I mean, what he compared his son to Jesus a year ago. He's an interesting character.
To be fair, a lot of Djokovic's fans compare him to Jesus as well.
yeah, indeed. But I do think Novak doesn't need to distance himself from his father, not at all. But he could certainly distance himself from the certain associations, if you like. And I think him choosing not to also is not the PR advice I would be giving him. In addition to that, I remember a year ago, everyone saying when Novak comes out of that detention center, he'll be shedding a light on the issue that the people have there. Everyone was saying it. Neutrals and fans alike were saying, yeah, but listen, there's a lot of rubbish going on at that detention center, and Novak will be there for support. I've not heard him say a single thing about it in a year.
He did. I think initially he did. He did speak out about it, but it wasn't. I think he just said it was really bad. I can't really remember. It was a very, very long process. Oh, another break point for Paul. It was barely crept in second serve, and Paul put a really deep return.
Shaky.
He is looking shaky.
He's very shaky. I don't know.
He's kind of doing that thing, isn't he, where he kind of loses the point and he's sort of doing all this with his body.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. He loves that. Yeah,
he loves doing that.
Okay, so advantage Tommy Paul. I believe at least Jethro is a few seconds ahead of me. I don't know whether you
and me. Yeah, I think I'm slightly behind both of you guys.
Well, let's see, because I think he's a few seconds ahead of me. So let's see. Tommy Paul, break point, serve. Novak goes to the backhand, and he's saved that break point with a first serve.
Okay, yeah,
I paused it, so I've caught up with you. Well, caught down with you.
Right. I think it's only a few seconds between us, Jethro.
Yeah, it's because I'm on the actual Sky Sports, Eurosport, so it's it's not on the it's not on a streaming app. So I think it's
Jamie. What were you?
You're about 3 seconds ahead of me, John. I think
that's not too bad. That's livable. There's an ace there from Djokovic. Yeah, I find when I'm watching with other people, if they're 2 seconds either side, it's not too bad.
Yeah,
it's about 10.
It's like Mario's into the 5th set and you're still in the 1st set.
It's better. I'd rather be ahead than behind, especially when it's
definitely when you're watching it. Yeah, definitely.
You're calling the point live, and I'm like a bit behind. I'm like
Yeah.
Ace Djokovic,
good serve.
Nice.
One love.
Yeah, so he holds. By the way, John, is Talking Tennis Tower's been vacated now? Is it just you there?
It has, yeah. They were here for the first week, basically, of the tournament, and they left on Saturday, I think it was, which was always the plan. I really wanted to go for a big star with them for the first week, and we certainly did that. I mean, Andy Murray certainly didn't do us any favors, put it that way. But yeah, no, it was all good. It was all good.
Yeah, I hope this doesn't go till 5 p.m. again, because I'm heading off around then.
Yeah, it won't go till 5 p.m. I would have thought, because the problem with Andy Murray as well is he was also starting pretty late as well.
Yeah, that's it.
So we've got the win predictor up.
Yeah,
have you seen that? Yeah, 13%. Tommy Paul. I mean, I guess that's fair.
13%. But again, I think I heard what you were saying yesterday, John, and I wonder how they kind of do that. Is it sort of a voting process, or because, as you say, if 99% of people think Djokovic is going to win, it's going to be 99%, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, you might think it's 60-40, okay? And you might think that. But if 100 people think it's 60-40, that's 100% of people thinking Novak Djokovic is going to win if it's 100 out of 100, So that's why it's kind of, where it differs. When I do a poll, who do you think is going to win? And you get, say, I don't know, 95% of people think Djokovic is going to win. That doesn't mean the win predictor would represent the same. I think that's what I was equating it to.
I think it's some sort of AI thing. I think it's an AI thing, but I don't know.
It's a what, sorry?
I think it's like AI. I don't know. I don't
is
know if
it?
it's like I mean, that's just a guess. Like I kind of always assume that, especially when we had that famous graphic when Nadal was three break points down in the third set against Medvedev last year, and it was like 96% Medvedev. Or no, it was like it was basically like the odds were like just so against Nadal. It was insane.
So if it's kind of changing point by point like that, then that sort of kind of suggests it must be some kind of computer updating itself, maybe.
Oof.
Did you say it's on Sky in the UK, Jamie?
No, it's on Eurosport, so I'm getting it through Sky. It's through Sky Go. Yeah,
I'm on the Sky box. I did buy Eurosport, the Eurosport package, because like just for the first week and a half, you want to be able to choose what matches you're watching and not get stuck with whatever Eurosport decide to just show you.
That's true.
They'll show you like a British qualifier instead of like the world number 4, and you're like,
Or they'll show you Djokovic when Djokovic is 5-6 love 6 love up, and they'll still show Djokovic.
Djokovic has gone long on the return, so it's 15-40.
Yeah, there was 3 errors from Paul to start. Still got quite a bit of work to do in this game.
Yeah. How many times do we see that as well? Like Djokovic struggling on his serve and then really kind of zeroing in on the opponent's serve in the next game.
Indeed,
all the time.
Indeed.
It's what the greats do.
And Tommy Paul.
Oh dear,
2-love.
So they both played a very poor service game.
Yeah, and that's the difference, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, but Paul Djokovic made a few unreturnable serves, and Paul, wasn't even close to getting a cheap point, really, apart from one.
Yeah, this is not what we wanted to see. If we wanted to see a tight first set,
I want to see a good match here. Like I really like watching Tommy Paul's tennis. He's so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Sharon asking how long until they start. They already have, Sharon. Yeah, Jane there responding, saying they're in the first set already. It's kind of when you're watching a match between an overwhelming favorite and an underdog, and there's an early goal or there's an early break as we got here, or in Jethro's case, perhaps an early try for the favorite. Then it's kind of you need the other way around. You need Accrington Stanley to score first against Liverpool. You don't need it the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. You call him Tommy Paul Accrington Stanley, are you, John?
Basically, yeah.
Is Djokovic Leeds United this weekend? Then is that
Djokovic is Liverpool? Djokovic is Liverpool.
Yeah, but Accrington are playing Leeds tomorrow.
Oh, are they? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Jethro. Wow, you're all over.
Well,
this.
it is my job to know these things, unfortunately.
Okay.
Like literally, but
chucking in the football knowledge that had passed me by, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I was in the office on Wednesday, and in the sport diary that we do, I had to find who was playing, who Leeds were playing this weekend, and it was Accrington Stanley.
Oh, there you go. So
you don't see that every week.
In the cup, no. They are. That's the fourth round, I think.
It is, yeah.
Right. Big match tonight with the two best teams in the country going at it.
Yeah, again.
United aren't playing tonight. The
good Manchester side are.
You might have noticed, Jamie, I've been pretty quiet regarding last week's result.
Yeah. I don't blame you, but it's all good banter, isn't it?
Indeed. It is good banter, but it's always slightly better when you're on the winning side.
Yeah, when it's kind of against you, there's you want to sort of mute the conversation, not go on it.
Sharon there is saying, only talking live, not watching live then. Well, we are watching live, Sharon. But yeah, we can't, of course, we can't show the match on this channel. One day Talking Tennis might get the rights, but that day might be a couple of thousand years away.
And we'll be sitting in suits then, right, rather than dressing gowns and hoodies.
Yeah. And baseball caps. 30-15 on the Novak serve here as he looks to consolidate the break. 40-15. It's all fairly comfortable.
It'd be like when you're doing an interview on Zoom from home. You've got a nice shirt on, and then you're just wearing tracksuits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I can't see the father there. He's not there in the box. I've 2 or 3 times I've looked out for him. So I don't know if he's just decided. Could well be just a decision. Dad, just stay away for a day or 2.
Do you see what Djokovic's dad said this morning?
No, I didn't.
Or last night, I think. Yeah, he said, "I'm here to support my son only. I had no intention of causing such headlines or disruption. I was outside with Novak's fans, as I have done after all my son's matches, to celebrate his wins and take pictures with him. I had no intention of being caught up in this. My family has lived through the horror of war, and we wish only for peace." That's fair. Like, they have.
Yeah.
So there is no disruption to tonight's semi-final for my son or the other player. I've chosen to watch from home. I wish for a great match, and I'll be cheering for my son as always. So that's pretty good statement. Yeah.
I was kind of hoping for something like that, and I was also hoping and maybe even considering the possibility that that, to be honest with you, listen, you can get caught up in these things. I mean,
Yeah.
If you've got people supporting your son, no, that's fair, and I'm glad he came out with that pretty quickly. My concern was that there would be just no comment, and yeah, that's enough, really. And it's also, when I heard the news, I thought there's a 50-50 chance on this, and we don't know where it's going. But you can walk down the street, and if you're famous or semi-famous, pose for a photo with someone, and you have no idea what their allegiances are. Even they could be wearing a T-shirt, and you might not realize. This is great, by the way. Sharon, loving this comment here. See ya. This is so boring to listen to.
Sorry, Sharon.
Oh well, and
Jamie's defending us, which is nice. But
we haven't even got
I don't
sidetracked
mind.
yet. We haven't even got sidetracked yet.
No,
Wait,
yeah, you wait. This is us at our peak. This is us being interesting.
Yeah.
And even bad press is good press for us, Sharon.
In an hour's time, we're going to be talking about Fernando Gonzalez and Marcus Bagdatis from the glory days of the Australian Open.
Absolutely. When Novak is a double break up in the second set, having won the first set 6-love, yeah, we'll certainly be going down various alleyways.
But Sharon's given us those watch hours, right, as well.
Yeah, valuable.
We don't need them anymore. But before things, yeah, certainly it would have been. I'm guessing, Sharon, you didn't become a member. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm guessing you have no plans to become a member, or even to send in a super chat. But anyway,
Tommy Paul's won the first.
Nicely, although I do think she's a bit flustered because she begins with 20 minutes into the match. She says, "How long until they start? It's already 10 o'clock here." She then goes, "Only talking live, not watching live." And then she comes out with it's basically a really good sort of, she was moving us around the court before she went with the forehand top spin winner down the line with that one.
Yeah.
It's a good rally so far.
It is a good rally.
Feels like Paul's not got a whole lot of pace on his serve today so far. I've seen him hit a lot bigger on serves, and I feel like if he's Djokovic forced the error, but I think he's going to have to serve and hit big today.
Well,
by the way,
he's not going to out rally Novak, is he?
No, and on that topic, in terms of court speeds, there does seem to be a suggestion that, Jane, by the way, suggesting Paul looks a bit tight. That could well explain why he's started so poorly in many respects. But in addition to that, as he brings up an ace, addition to that, court speeds, which of course would aid your serve if it's good. Daytime, where Tommy Paul has been playing a lot of his matches until now, may well aid him. Djokovic, by the way, has played every match at night. And of course, if he goes on to lift the title, it will be basically all the way through, which I think might be a first from what I understand.
Surely Federer's had that before
as well. We're talking about day and night conditions, and she played a lot of her matches in the day, and she didn't like playing in the slower conditions at night. Go on, Jamie.
No, I just said surely Federer's had that before. No, in Australia, playing all at night. I'm not. That's the impression I had.
All the way to the title.
Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah,
maybe. Maybe. Let me know in the live chat if you know what year that was that he played all his matches at night. Maybe he did.
Good forehand.
Yeah, good forehand and
Nice.
needed.
Hopefully that will start to settle him down a bit.
Yeah.
But it's always the risk, isn't it? It's obviously his first major semi-final, and I guess you kind of hope that he might go into it, not much fear, and he's kind of not been there before, but could go the other way, couldn't it? Where you just sort of really tighten up.
That's really nice, and if he can get in some good exchanges, forehand to forehand with Djokovic, he can free himself up some space, because I mean that's the kind of pace he has to be hitting with throughout the whole match. And he needs to kind of win this point. I feel like if he gets straight up to deuce, it's going to be. And we go. Djokovic goes long. Paul is on the board.
Paul is on the board. Nice.
By the way, I know I did this earlier, and I didn't mean to throw you. Well, in a way, I didn't mean to throw you, but I didn't really care if it threw you. Just by taking you off the screen and just showing you their routes to the final. I don't know if you thought, oh, hello, I'm off the screen, but people can still hear us, Jamie.
Yeah.
It was quite a squeeze to get in. I mean, fortunately, Tommy Paul didn't have a load of 5-setters against people with long names. Struff was quite a good one. Look, 3 sets there, all squeezing into one line. Davidovich Fokina, I had to abbreviate Davidovich there to get that all in, really. And it just about squeezed in. Djokovic's was a little bit easier, albeit that Carballes Baena made it a bit more of a squeeze.
By the way, if Andy Murray had reached that stage, I don't think you would have managed to squeeze it in.
No, indeed. Novak nets, by the way. He's now love 15 down. He is serving for a 4-1 lead in this first set. What do we think about the Tsitsipas Djokovic? I mean, if that is the final that we're all pretty much anticipating, Djokovic has already hit 10 on forced errors, by the way. What do we think? Can Tsitsipas lay a glove on him, Jethro?
I mean, he's got the form, and he has the forehand and the serve going for him, and he's playing amazingly. And mentally, he's doing great, apart from some wobbles today, which he described earlier. But the head-to-head is just so convincing in Djokovic's favor, and this is his court, this is his tournament. And yeah, I guess Tsitsipas is kind of. I mean, I had my final before the tournament was Djokovic Tsitsipas. I thought they were the form players coming in, and Tsitsipas always plays so well in Australia. And with Medvedev not at his best, I was like, yeah, I think if they play in the semis, which I'm not even sure Medvedev will get to the semis, I think Tsitsipas wins that. And yeah, I mean, I think everyone's going to give Tsitsipas a chance, but the head-to-head is just so, and he will find the backhand and he will break it down. He does it to everyone whose backhand isn't world class. So,
yeah,
I kind of agree. It's the first time I've seen. So Novak there giving it the whole angry towards his box thing, and something to do with his eyesight. It seemed more than anything else. I know who, but Goran giving it a bit back.
Yeah,
Goran giving it back there. It doesn't normally do that. It's an ace there from Djokovic. That's 30 all on his serve.
I do think in the final, though, I think that if it is Djokovic against Stefanos, I think Djokovic would have to be kind of, closer to his absolute best, to get the job done. I don't think he could sort of be at 80 or 85% and kind of still win. I do think he'd have to play at kind of 90, 95%.
If Stefanos that played today turns up, yes, definitely, because Stefanos did play really well today. As a drive volley there from Djokovic. So he's got 40-30. Yeah, listen, Stefanos, despite that wobble that I told you about, he did play really, really well today. And is fully deserving of his place in the final. And yes, if that Stefanos Tsitsipas turns up, then Novak will have to play better than he probably has, certainly better than he did against Rublev, and probably better than he has started this match. In fact, I think if he started this match against Tsitsipas the way he'd probably be a breakdown right now rather than a break up.
Yeah, I think because Paul's tight, he's managed to get away with it so far. But
yeah. By the way, do we think if Stefanos were to go 2 sets up as he did in Paris, we think he'd be able to get the job done from there, or do we still think Novak could come back again?
I'd probably still predict Djokovic to win, even from 2 sets down against.
I mean, listen, by the way, Novak's just double faulted. By the way, it was very close, but he took a risk on the second serve and paid the price. Listen, he's more likely to do it on Rod Laver than he is Philippe Chatrier. So, I mean, this is all dependent. You know, I mean, you go 2-0 up, and you're a hot favorite to win the match because you've got a lot of room for maneuver. But if he can do it on Philippe Chatrier, he can definitely do it on Rod Laver.
Yeah.
That match, though, was a bit different to, for example, the Yannick Sinner 2-0 down, Musetti as well, that same tournament, in that I do think that it wasn't a Tsitsipas collapse, really. It wasn't that. It was also tight. It was 3 tight sets, if you like. I mean, even the game that Novak closed it out on, I think went to deuce. If you like, so there was still a chance that maybe Tsitsipas would get it back on serve in the 5th, and it was a compelling 5-set match, if you like. Even if Novak was kind of once he got that 3rd set was looking good, the Sinner one was just from the moment Novak broke in the 3rd set, it was like, okay, this is done.
Yeah, Novak holds there, and they're both having a go at someone in the crowd. I think they're having a go at their boxes. Djokovic is annoyed about. Yeah, Djokovic is annoyed about something.
But Tommy Paul as well.
I think he was just annoyed because he hit a forehand long again. But Djokovic isn't happy about something in the crowd. I'm assuming he's talking to his box because he's not started well either. But yeah, hopefully Paul settles down a bit. Seems to have got the serve clicking a bit more now, but
yeah. The thing
he's already looking more competitive, even though they're both playing quite poorly. He's already looking more competitive than de Minaur, which is what I expected.
Yeah, but
I know that's not saying much because de Minaur wasn't competitive at all. Really,
he's going to have to wake up pretty soon. But to be honest with you, I was more disappointed, is possibly the word, in the lack of competition that Rublev put up. I think the de Minaur match, Novak was awesome. De Minaur is, the rankings tell the story. He's a notch or 2 below Andre Rublev. Rublev in his 7th quarterfinal now, and he's won 2 sets.
Yeah. I do feel for him because he's not exactly had easy quarterfinals.
Cilic on clay, French Open.
Oh, but Cilic, no matter the surface or the tournament, when he's playing like a god, he is.
I know, but
7. And was that where the 2 sets? That's where the 2 sets Rublev.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So those 2 sets only came from match. So that's now 6.
You're always going to play somebody. You're always going to play somebody either in good form or just a really, really good player at the quarterfinals of a major. So you're going to run into, especially if you're ranked, where Rublev typically is between sort of 5 and 10 in the world. You're always going to play a top player really at that juncture.
Yeah.
So
look, not everyone can beat Dominic Thiem in the quarterfinals of the French Open. But
didn't he also play Tsitsipas at the quarterfinals of the French as well one year?
No, I'm talking about someone else here.
Who lost to him in the quarterfinals?
No, I was just saying. No, don't worry. I won't go into detail. But someone beat Dominic Thiem in the French Open quarterfinals, and he's the only person to have done that. But
okay.
Schwartzman. It was, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, who's Rublev had? Obviously Djokovic this year. He's had Medvedev multiple times at Australian Open.
Yeah. Cilic, Tsitsipas in, I'm going to say 2020 at the French.
And, a very, very informed TFO at the US. And then 2017, when he was still pretty young, breaking through Rublev. And then obviously he had that dip in his career when he had injuries and lack of form. And then he came back. Great shot.
Yeah, really good shot, Tommy Paul. 15-all.
Moved really well to that drop shot. There's that 2017 US Open with Nadal, which he was never going to win.
Sorry, which match with Nadal?
US Open quarterfinal 2017, and Nadal won that. Nadal won that year, and like.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but still 7 quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's
and he's not turning up. He didn't turn up on what day is it? On Wednesday. He didn't turn up. and that's
Yeah, I was actually commuting while the match was on, and I watched the first couple of games at home, then I left, and by the time I got to the office, the match was over.
I mean, in the first set, it was 6-1 to Novak, but Rublev had chances. Rublev had chances. He even had chance
Yeah.
in the last game of the match. He had a chance or two to break, and just yeah.
By the way, he shares that record, the quarterfinal record, with someone else, losing sort of 7 out of 7 quarterfinals. Anyone heard that stat?
Yeah, the
Who else?
Tommy Robredo one, wasn't it?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Rublev. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got very similar career stats, but obviously, Rublev's still really young, so.
Tommy
Yeah,
Paul
yeah.
here, 15:30 on his serve, 29 minutes on the clock. So
We get the
yeah, he
unforced
certainly
error
can't
stat
afford
up.
to go double breakdown.
Absolutely.
We haven't
not.
seen many winners at all so far, if any. I'm going to get the stats up quickly.
Jane here is asking that the Cilic quarterfinal that we've been touching on. Did Rublev give Cilic a point in that match that was actually his? I'm not familiar with that story.
No, I didn't watch that because I was on a plane.
I
was
did watch
following
the match, but I
draw.
don't recall that point. Although I say I watched it. It's one of those. I was at the French Open. I think it was the day I met you, wasn't it, Jamie? Maybe that evening I met you.
Possibly. Yeah.
Pretty sure because you and I
Yeah.
watched a quarterfinal between Rude and Runa, I think, that evening.
Yeah, exactly. Which was quite spiky, wasn't it? On the court and off the court.
Was, yeah. I mean, the match was okay, but really, all the talking points were in the locker room.
We didn't have tickets for the locker room, though, unfortunately.
No, we didn't.
It's a good rally here at 30 all.
It is, yeah.
Oof.
Ooh. Cool. That's good defense, though, from Tommy
That
Paul.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
30-40.
So, I mean, we've got win percentage on first serve so far. Djokovic is at 79%. Paul's at 44%.
Tommy Paul, 44% on the first serve.
Win percentage, yeah.
Win percentage. Ooh,
And
cool.
first serves in is only 53%. So, we're only on his third service game, but.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Djokovic has 7 winners, Tommy Paul 2, and Djokovic has 13 unforced errors, and Paul has 13 unforced errors.
Yeah, it's been
and we're only
quite-
5
yeah.
games in, so
it's quite that those Djokovic winners and unforced error stats show that he's not playing that well, right?
no, neither. I don't think either of them are.
No.
Paul 2 winners, 13 for unforced errors. That's shocking. Even against Djokovic, that stat is always going to look worse than it is.
I have to go downstairs.
Listen, Djokovic could play. Has he gone long with that one?
He's gone long.
Yeah, he has. So it's 5-1.
Yeah, it's so much time
listen,
in that.
Djokovic could play peak Boris Becker, Bjorn Borg, John McEnroe, Rafa Nadal, and Roger Federer en route to an Australian Open final and still get there without dropping a set. But the draw has been very, very kind this particular year. I saw when the draw came out and I was thinking, wow, the first 2 rounds, he could literally just, could go there with a cigar and he's going to win the first 2 rounds, which, you could draw the world number 40. You could draw, someone very tricky in the first round or 2. We know how that can pan out.
He could have had Andy Murray, right, in the first round.
Could have had Andy Murray, for example, in the first round, that sort of thing. But you could also then in the third round run into Sebi Korda, for example, and he had Dimitrov, and we know how that pans out. He gets de Minaur. Also, we look at other things that occurred. I mean, Alcaraz injured. Holger Rune losing to Rublev was just a dream come true, because if there was anyone that was going to knock out Novak en route to the semifinals, it was realistically only going to be Holger Rune. So,
for sure.
And then you get Tommy Paul in the semifinal. There are worse semifinals, that's for sure, of a Grand Slam. That's not to say that this match is done, and that's not to take anything away from Novak. But basically, he's been in top gear against Rublev. Against de Minaur, no doubt about that. But he can just cruise through the other matches because he's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget Kyrgios pulling out as well, because he was in Novak's section of the draw.
Was he?
He was, but I had Rune beating Kyrgios fairly comfortably in round 3. Especially given that Kyrgios wasn't fully fit this season anyway. I thought he'd play. I didn't think he'd pull out, but I thought even against a fit Kyrgios, I think Rune's just got so much more to offer as a player than Kyrgios. I think he'll beat him in 4 or 5 sets.
I had Rune
So I
winning that,
did,
but
yeah. So I didn't think he would make the quarterfinal anyway. And even if he did, I thought Djokovic would just, I think the crowd support for Kyrgios would actually work in Djokovic's favor because that's.
But it would be
often when he plays
another
really well.
banana skin, if you like. It would be, listen,
Yeah.
Kyrgios in round 4, or De Minaur or whatever in round 4, or who was it, quarterfinal? Yeah, so Rublev or Kyrgios quarterfinal. If Kyrgios had played, you're taking Rublev every day if you're a Novak fan.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, Rublev did pretty well to get to the quarterfinals. He didn't have a particularly easy draw.
Agree, but once he won that 4th round, it was like, Novak's in the semi.
No,
was,
it wasn't. There's just nothing he can do in that matchup.
There's
So Rublev did really well. I agreed to get to the quarterfinal, but you just knew, okay, well, here we go.
Yeah.
Whereas Rune, by the way, Rune may have lost. He may have lost in straight sets. We just don't know. But you're going into that going, this could be interesting. And you're not doing the same when it's Rublev. Same with Kyrgios, if it had been Kyrgios, I agree. I think Novak would beat him, blah, 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 for all the reasons you laid out. But you're still going into it going, this could be interesting.
Because you know that Rune is going to go into it with that belief and the confidence that he can win, right?
At least at the beginning. I think if it got tight in the 5th set, like we saw against Ruby, he might have got tight and Novak would have prevailed. Novak wins the 1st set with oh, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's gone long. So it's a second serve, 40-30. I'll just talk us through this point. Novak is serving 40-30, bouncing the ball. Second serve, Tommy Paul. Can you take advantage of this with the backhand return? Not sure at the moment. They're in the middle of a rally right now. Novak goes deep, pretty good. He's in charge of the point. They're exchanging forehands, but now Tommy Paul is certainly back in this rally. Novak pulls the trigger and hits it into the net. Deuce.
I've seen a quote come up from Khachanov today. So he was asked, how can Tsitsipas beat Djokovic if it's Novak? And Khachanov said, maybe you should call Daniil, who was the only player from one generation to have beaten Novak in a Grand Slam final. I guess that's as good advice as he can give.
good advice. But yeah, we can't recreate those circumstances, right? I think that was the occasion, right? Wasn't it? As much as Medvedev that kind of beat Djokovic that night.
What's happened here? What's going on with Djokovic and the umpire?
Don't know. He's having a.
Did he get?
Probably the crowd. Yeah, he's annoyed. I mean, he was annoyed against Rublev, by the way. What's he doing here? He's gesticulating about the towel or something in the crowd. I mean, he is agitated, but it didn't make any difference against Rublev.
No, I mean he's made 16 unforced errors and he's 5-1 up. That's how good he is.
Yeah. Good one there from Tommy Paul on the
Anyone
backhand.
else?
Excellent.
Great backhand.
Oh, nice.
See, that's what I mean. If it started like this, if you like, then we could be looking at a very different first set. But
even if he could just get this break, it might just kind of, he's not going to win the first set, but it might just settle him down a bit, right, and kind of help him get into the match in the second set.
Agree.
He'll break here and then he gets broken. He gets broken back for the set, and then Djokovic serves first in the second set. And I think Paul really needs to serve first in the set, to be honest.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I don't see Novak playing this badly for the next couple of sets, for example.
No.
Yeah.
This is about as along with certain moments against Rublev. This is about as bad as you're going to get Djokovic, and you've got to be winning more than one game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Novak goes wide.
He's gone long. Another unforced error.
Paul breaks back. And we get a shot of some fans with a big US flag. I don't know. I would like to know what the conversation with Djokovic and the umpire was there.
Yeah, if there's any way of finding out, it'd be good to know. There was a moment they just showed a replay of him looking at his towel and pointing at his towel and then pointing at the crowd. So I guess there's some relevance to that. But yeah.
Yeah. It's been a good tournament for the Americans, though, hasn't it?
Taylor
Very
Fritz
good.
aside, yeah, and maybe Jessica Pegula a bit of a disappointment with her quarterfinal, but yeah, definitely. I mean, Shelton, a breakout tournament for him at only his second Grand Slam. Tommy Paul in his first Grand Slam semi-final. Yeah, I mean, I think
JJ
there's
Wolf.
also a lot of depth there, so we're going to be saying this a bit more often because, in a way, Tiafoe will be disappointed he went out. I think it was third round, was it to Hatchinoff or fourth round?
Third.
Third,
Third.
yeah. But there's so much depth now, and Korda, by the way, of course, is going to become a threat on a hard court at least, maybe on clay too.
Yeah, he beat Alcaraz, Monte Carlo last year, which I know Alcaraz was, Alcaraz was pretty woeful. But
who Korda did? Yeah, of course he did. Yeah,
but yeah, he's got some good game on clay.
Yeah, no, and he.
Yeah.
I remember him playing Rafa at the French in I think the fourth round about 3 years ago. I mean, he got crushed by Rafa that day, but he'd had a few good wins before that. So
yeah.
And he had a good run at Wimbledon as well in 2021. Got to the fourth round.
was that when he lost to
that match? That match was horrible.
Yeah, why was it horrible though?
Because in the fifth set they kept breaking and then getting it was just like rather than being on serve, it was almost like it was on breaks. But
that's great. That to me sounds exciting.
But it wasn't good tennis. Like this thing, if it was like insane returning and crazy rallies, but it was just shocking tennis. It was funny. It was entertaining, but not in a fun way.
Was it as Erestrud as the Zverev team final in New York?
I think it was worse than that because at least Team Zverev was a final, and that final was just horrible because there was no crowd either. So it was just I felt awful for both of them. I didn't feel less bad for Zverev now because we know what kind of person he is. But for Team especially because he won and he just sort of collapses to the floor and there's just like from his box and it's just like, oh man, like he deserves better than this. Like
that was
he was so bad in those first two sets. Like I was very disappointed. But he managed to win playing his kind of D game. So fair play to him.
It's almost like Team hasn't quite recovered from winning that match.
Yeah, I mean, he's really struggled mentally. But then, like, it wasn't only that because he did make the finals of the World Tour finals and again was dominating, just like he was against Tsitsipas in 2019, and lost his level a bit. And Medvedev played really well and just took his chance.
Yeah.
I tell you what, this year with the women's semi-finals, as Novak nets a return 5-3, with the women's semi-finals being shifted to the night session, and me living in the Eurocentric world that I live in, has just been great because what it's meant is the quarterfinals and semi-finals have been largely on at very convenient hours. And I know we had a semi-final this morning at 4:30, but bearing in mind, I've been looking at 1 o'clock starts, 2 o'clock starts the last week or so. 4:30 in the morning is a lay-in.
Yeah, it's nice to see them kind of considering everyone, right?
well, they're not considering, but they're not. No, yes and no, they're considering us, but they're not considering people on the East Coast in the US. I think, like we've got Janie in here, East Coast US. I think is the one that the big loser, if you like, from this, and certain parts of Latin America because. Oh, double fault, Novak Djokovic.
I think that's about 7 or 8 points in a row for Tommy Paul.
Is it really?
It might be.
Yeah, because
have a look at the updated stats. So Tommy Paul's now up to just from that last game. Tommy Paul's win percentage on first serve is now 58% rather than 40s. Djokovic has gone down to 70. Unforced errors is 20 now for Djokovic and still at 13. So since 4-1, Tommy Paul has not made an unforced error.
Okay. And it's 3 serves
and
in
it's
a row.
2 more winners.
3 serves he's failed to get in. Will it be a fourth? Let's have a look. He's just double faulted for the 3rd time in the match.
Yeah.
Gets this one in. Backhand return. Forehand Tommy Paul. Backhand slice from Novak. Forehand Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul taking it easy there, and Novak nets love 30.
He had a good loop on that as well. But Djokovic, Djokovic. He's leaning back, and this is when Djokovic doesn't play well. Is when he's kind of leaning back and he looks very tentative. when he's hitting his shots. So something, I mean, something's going on mentally. I'm not sure what's up.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's won a point since he kind of got agitated.
No,
a few minutes ago.
And like this is then now Tommy Paul just has to capitalize here. Really, it's
good serve there from
it's a
Novak.
very good serve.
Yeah, good serve.
You can always bank on him doing that.
Yeah.
Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Novak Djokovic here, 15:30. He is serving for the set. Gets his serve in this time. Decent return from Tommy Paul on the backhand side. Tommy Paul goes big down the line.
Good backhand on the line.
Good shot there from Novak. Does Novak go long?
He does
go long.
15:40. Interesting time.
I'll tell you what's helping Paul in some of these rallies is he's got such a short backswing on his backhand. And so when Djokovic is trying to rush him on the backhand, he still has enough time to hit a decent shot on the backhand side because he doesn't have a big backswing.
He's hit a couple of lovely backhands down the line in the last few points.
Yeah. And if he can keep timing those well and flatten them out, that's going to be interesting.
Ace.
Great serve from Djokovic.
Just press the ace button, hasn't he?
Yeah, he can he's in trouble in the rallies. Just become a serve bot.
Yeah.
Just become John Isner. Yeah.
Okay, still a break point needed to be saved, but I can just see another excellent first serve coming. Let's see.
Well, this has got a lot more interesting.
Yeah. And he doesn't get the first serve.
He's got a second serve.
Decelerated a bit there. I love how Tommy Paul spins his racket.
I know, yeah.
So cool. I saw it live as well. Oh, it's a good return, but Djokovic digs it out well.
Djokovic going in lockdown mode now.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good depth there from Tommy Paul. Exchanging forehands right now. Just Novak's not missing.
Ooh, again, barely crept over the net.
Yeah. Bit short a couple of times, Novak.
All good decision to change direction.
Yeah.
Novak's. Oh, he's gone long.
He's put it long.
He's broken.
Oh.
And I tell you what, I do think Paul's game is starting to trouble Djokovic a bit now that he's making them
30
errors.
shots.
Absolutely.
He's not giving Djokovic much pace to work with, but he's also putting a lot of spin on the ball, and it's interesting. Like I know Djokovic isn't playing well, but yeah.
Yeah. And when Novak's trying to inject his own pace, he's kind of missing, isn't he, or going long. Wow. 3 straight games.
Yeah, right.
That's Tommy Paul.
And just a couple of points dropped as well in that period. I think you're right.
And yeah. And on break point as well, a 30-shot rally for Tommy Paul to come out on top. That's massive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, during that rally, I said lockdown mode, etc., etc., etc. And I was just waiting for Tommy to miss. He was taking risks as well, Tommy. With some good depth on some of his shots and changing direction and stuff. Novak wasn't being cautious either. But you just thought, Novak getting low clearance over the net, but you just knew that Novak's were going to go over. Yeah, I'm surprised. 2 breaks. By the way, the problem is now Novak will go and break and but listen, he's only 1 short of De Minaur's total, and I think he's only 3 short from Rublev's total. So whatever happens, he could lose every game for the rest of the match, arguably, and he's still already overtaken them at least because with those 2 matches, by this stage they were done. Yeah. So even if he loses every game for the rest of the match, he's made a bigger fight. Let's see that we need to get some first serves in here. He's missed the first one.
24 unforced errors for Djokovic already.
Jeez.
Yeah.
He's
like I said earlier,
So
Tommy
are we
Paul
going
is
to
not
get
run into- he's not gonna have-
Djokovic 100 unforced errors against Gilles Simon kind of match, or is it?
Did he do 100? Did he in that match?
He did. I think that's the only time he's ever hit 100.
When was that?
When was that? Yeah.
That was 2016 Australian Open. I forget
okay.
what round. Maybe like round
Okay.
4.
But Gilles Simon can drive you nuts.
Oh god,
But also Djokovic still won, right, as well.
he did. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
5th set eventually. I imagine he's never wanted to get off court more than during that
long
match.
there,
It's
30
another
love.
unforced error.
I'd really like to see the stats for points in the last 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of just how many points that Novak's won.
Points they've won, yeah.
I mean, Novak's
Yeah.
won 2, I believe, in about 3.5 games.
Yeah.
So it's probably something like, oh, there's an ace.
God,
there.
it's a good
Cool.
serve as
Ace.
well.
Big serve, Tommy
He's
Paul.
feeding off you feed off your opponent's troubles, if you like. And I think he's also fed off that, particularly in this service game where he's
For
felt
sure.
very, very comfortable.
Yeah.
But also there, he hasn't gone down the tee very much with that serve. He's gone out wide a lot, and
Yeah.
I think Djokovic just didn't expect him to do that. But usually Djokovic would anticipate anyway.
Oh, he's gone long there.
He's gone long there.
indeed.
Red long.
Novak rushed him just a little bit, and he panicked on that backhand. But
Nico, by the way, nice to have you on board. Make sure you hit the like button, and if you haven't subscribed already, do so. And he was saying playing Mayor and still dominating, but that feels like that message was probably written about 5 minutes ago.
Maybe Nico's stream's even behind mine.
so still 2 game points for a 5-all, which I didn't see coming. Great serve. Novak gets it back.
Oh, wow.
That's
Closed
and
in
that's
there
a
very,
good point.
very well.
He has not come in yet so far.
No.
Because
no.
it was a great serve. You're right, Jethro. But Novak did what only Novak can, which is return well from a great serve. And so therefore, Tommy still had a lot to do. But boy, did he do it.
So since
Did it.
since 5-1 down, Tommy Paul has gone 23% up in first serve percent. First
There you
serve
go.
percentage points won from 44
Wow.
to 67.
Mm.
Djokovic is down 31% on second serve points won. And Tommy Paul's at 45. So actually the serve stats are incredibly close now because Djokovic is only 5% ahead on first serve percent points won. So
Right.
yeah.
And we're also at 33 all in terms of total points won, which makes sense because we're at 5 all as well.
Yeah. So it hangs in the balance now.
But he's already equaled Diminau's total, Tommy Paul. So your prediction before, Jeffrey, which was slightly vague, to be honest, wasn't it? Of him doing better.
Right,
than
I had
Diminor.
said Novak in 3, but Tommy Paul does better than Diminor. He gets more
Yeah.
games. I thought we'd have maybe a tie break, which we could be on for here. Never know.
We could be up, yeah. Which is impossible at 5-1.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm surprised Djokovic is playing this bad, but I do think Tommy Paul's game is causing him issues as well, and he seemed to have found his game from 5-1 down. So
Yeah.
so Djokovic hit 2 very good serves so far this game. At 30 love. And
Bit of a wild return there.
Yeah, I don't blame him for going for that because if he smacks a winner, that sends another message, doesn't it? But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no point getting embroiled in a long rally there, I guess.
Yeah,
What we love.
I think he now probably just thinks, right, Djokovic has sorted his serve out. I just want to get to a tie break now. So that's probably what he's thinking.
This would stop the rot for Djokovic for a bit as well. 4 straight games for Tommy Paul before this one.
Yeah. I'm surprised Tommy Paul isn't seeded, actually. I thought he would.
Yeah, true. He must be just outside.
He
He would
must
have been
have
a
been.
whole. Imagine Djokovic getting him in the first round.
Oof.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I was convinced this whole tournament Tommy Paul was kind of like a, mid to late 20s seed.
I think he's ranked 35, it says on Wikipedia right now. So he's just outside.
He would have literally just missed it, I think, then.
Yeah, right. Because of a couple of withdrawals as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a much better player than some of the seeded players, surely.
Well, I mean, Dan Evans is still seeded, right?
Yeah, Dan Evans just always managed to stay in between 30 and 20 somehow.
Yeah, he's been there for a long, long time, and
Yeah.
his absolute ceiling is
It
the
is the
third
ceiling.
round.
He
Yeah.
I thought he was going to win Montreal last year. He was playing so well, and he beat Tommy Paul.
Yes, he did.
Actually, and he lost to Karina Buster in 3 very good sets. But at his level, that was probably the best I've ever seen Dan Evans play. But he unfortunately just can't bring it. And I think for him a lot, it kind of matchups come in a lot for someone like Dan Evans. You know, if someone can return his serve and hit through his slice, then he struggles.
Yeah, and he's got such great variety in touch, hasn't he? But it's the he's just he's relatively small as well, isn't he, for a tennis player? Doesn't quite have it doesn't have the firepower to really hit through players.
Yeah, but he's like 5'10", and he has a really, really good serve, which I think is quite impressive in its own right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and I mean Tommy Paul's like 6'1" apparently, and he doesn't look big out there, but interesting. Well, this would be a real shame if Paul now gets broken after all the work he's done to get back into this set. It would be such a typical move.
Yeah, it'd be typical Djokovic, right, to break here.
Yeah.
Good depth there from Tommy Paul.
Yeah, he's hitting really deep.
Oh,
well done. And he has a smash to put away. Djokovic gets it back.
Oh, nice.
No mistakes there.
Oh,
it was a good first point.
Very nice.
Yeah. His nerve was better than Stefanos's today, trust me. With that smash.
God, I need to see that smash.
Yeah.
I saw a point of Khachanov hitting smashes and Stefanos getting the back. They weren't very good smashes.
Oh, yeah.
Khachanov.
I mean, that was dramatic. Yeah, but they weren't great smashes, you are, but it was dramatic.
But okay, John. So you agree on that. So when Kokkinakis hit those appalling smashes against Murray, you were all about how when Murray was doing in that point. So you've got to be consistent there.
No, because I think there was a difference between the smashes. I would say one of the smashes that Kokkinakis hit was really tricky. It was from the baseline, I think, after great defense from Murray. It was one.
Yeah,
of
and
those
what about the 3 at the net before that?
Yeah, and I would say they were worse today from Khachanov.
I don't know about that. So an awful stare off the backhand from Paul is not what he needs when he's trying to stay in the set.
By the way, if Stefanos does end up kind of winning this tournament, he's certainly going to carry on with his signed autographs, isn't he? Pre-signed. See that as a good omen.
That's caused a lot more controversy than it. Not controversy. I think just divided opinion on.
I think when I first sort of saw it and heard about it, I kind of didn't really mind, but it's just sort of seeing it more and more. It's really getting under my skin now.
Yeah, Tommy Paul should have won that point.
Should have done.
And he nets a forehand, and he's got himself in a bit of trouble here. It was good to defend Djokovic though.
This is a sniff at the set, isn't it, for Djokovic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. What were we saying? Oh, yeah, the sign. No, I must say, as soon as I saw it, I thought, oh, that's a bit lame. The signed autograph things.
Did he do it again today?
Didn't see it.
No, I presume so. He's been doing it all tournament, isn't he?
Yeah.
He must have a batch of them. He's probably got about 500 at home. Right?
Yeah. There was one match where I think they had to get the women's match on court straight away, so he did just give out a few of them, which is fair.
Okay.
That kind of.
I think no one. I think we should start a protest movement. No one should ask for his autograph.
Yeah, no one should take them. Right? People should say no. I don't want that.
Oh dear, Tommy Paul shanks a forehand, and now it's set point. After all the hard work he's done, Djokovic on a set point.
And he was 30 love up in this game as well.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Big first serve here, Tommy Paul. That'd be nice.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Paul, if he does lose a set here, Djokovic can't really play much worse than he has so far.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Great return from Novak
was.
in a rally right now on the backhands.
Going to be locked down mode from Novak.
Yeah.
Tommy changing
Does a
direction.
good job
It's
on
not
the
enough
forehand.
though. Ooh, I thought it was going wrong, but it's not. He's gone wide.
And he's
He's
gone
gone
wide.
wide.
Can you believe it?
Novak.
Oh,
in the
Tommy.
crowd. God. Well, at least
After all that hard work he did, he plays a terrible service game from 30-15 up. And
Yeah.
yeah,
dear me.
yeah, that would be.
I
Very
wanted
disappointing.
a tiebreak. I thought that set deserved a tiebreak in the end.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah. And if you're a Djokovic fan, I mean, you're kind of hasn't played well, and he was tested there at the end, and he's come through it. So you're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
well.
Yeah.
Djokovic to serve first.
Yeah. Well, he's matched him in all total, John, hasn't he, Tommy Paul? In one set.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't lose love in the next two.
God.
Indeed.
Who was it that lost the first two sets love and love the other day? I've forgotten now.
Nishioka.
That's it. Yeah.
And then went to a tiebreak.
Then he went to a tiebreak. That's such a weird one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine if he won that second set 7-6 and then won like 7-6 in the fourth and then 6-love in the fifth? I think that's what someone said. They wish this how it went. That would have been the funniest result ever.
For me, it would be love 6, 7-6, 7-6, 7-6. That would be
that would be funny.
Yeah. So yeah.
And at the end, you see the points, total points won, and one dude has won 100, another one's won 70 or something like that.
Yeah. I wonder what the biggest kind of that the biggest gap between sort of points won for the winner has been.
It tends to be somewhere around about the 1 to 4 mark, isn't it? If
it does,
something like that. Maybe. I mean, I think Daniil won something like 4 more than Rafa in the AO final of last year.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna make a cup of tea quickly.
Do it.
Nice. So you and your breakfast there, John. What are you having?
Some sort of cottage cheese pancake combo thing. So
nice.
Sweet.
Is that
sweet? Interesting. With a few berries as well.
Is that from the bakery downstairs?
I've neglected the berries somewhat, and I went for the pancake thing, a bit more heavy.
That from the bakery downstairs?
No, it wasn't. But you know about the bakery downstairs. I guess I must have mentioned it on the live.
Yeah, you've told me about it. It's sounds nice.
Yeah. It does the job. I don't want to make it sound bad. It's not the best bakery in the world. It is a chain, but it does the job. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay, Novak serving here, 15 love. And he's in charge of this rally after an excellent first serve. Good forehand there from Novak. And it's enough to win the point, 30 love. Yeah, so that first set, a little bit on the flat side now, things would appear as Jamie continues his removal job. I think he's probably going to get a charger knowing him. But anyway, so we've got Novak serving here, and it goes to 40 love. And Novak, now it's Tommy Paul's turn to look a bit disgruntled. $40 love down. It's been a bad 5 minutes for the American. Novak serving. Goes down the tee. Forehand now to the forehand of Tommy Paul. Good depth there on that shot from Tommy. Backhand Novak. Backhand again Novak. And he goes wide, 40-15.
That was the point we saw quite a lot of right in the first set. Him trying to inject the pace and kind of going long or wide, making an unforced error.
Yeah. I don't know where he's at on the unforced error count now, but
it's probably well over 20. I think.
Pardon?
Yeah. 26 he's done.
Yep, there we go. Novak on the backhand now. Forehand from each player. That's a really good forehand winner there from Novak.
Brilliant.
Now, that's the A game that I was referring to. And that was an A shot there. 1-love, he leads at the beginning of this set.
Yeah. If he starts going into that kind of mode, then yeah, I don't
That's
know how
the
much
thing.
longer
You
we're
see,
going to be
you've got to
here.
win. You've got to win that first set, really, because Novak was so off it, and you're just not going to get Novak, even sort of 2016, 2018 Novak, if you like. You're not going to get him playing those sort of sets, three sets in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, Tommy did up it a bit, and congrats to him and having the belief to get back into the first set as he did. But the least you've got to do is force the tiebreak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tommy Paul serving, love 1. Goes to the forehand and Novak goes long. And again, just put a lid on this sort of momentum shift back towards Novak. So Novak's won 3 games in a row here, albeit 2 have been holds. But they've also been comfortable holds for Novak. So you just got to stem the flow, get some holds in, get some good service games in. If it goes to a tiebreak in this set, that's how it is. It can happen. But don't gift it to him like Rublev did.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants to get into a bit of a rhythm on his serve, really. Because I think so. He won 3 times in that first set, Tommy Paul. So yeah, he's going to want to kind of a bit more solid on his serve.
Yeah. Okay, so Tommy Paul serving here, 15 all. It's going to be a second serve for Novak to look at. 1 hour and 5 minutes on the clock. Backhand return from Novak is decent. Forehand now from Novak. And does that clip the line? No, it doesn't. It goes wide, 15-30.
Yeah, he's in some trouble here as well.
Yeah, 15-30. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you are new, we also have the option of joining us as a member now. That has been opened up in the last 24 hours. So click that button that says join below the video and you can join. You can become a membership of the TT fam and enjoy certain benefits such as the opportunity to send in emojis. You'll get shout outs. And if you go for the Grand Slam option, you can also get exclusive footage. Anyway, we are here and we are in the middle of a rally. Tommy Paul goes wide on that. So it's 15-40.
Djokovic is starting to take control, right, and sort of move him about the court now as well from side to side.
Yeah, Novak's playing better again. Yeah, Novak is playing better. And yeah, basically. So for example, for the first 10 games, I would say Novak is not playing great. But the last 3 or 4 games, he has really picked up the pace, so to speak. And I'm going to bring Jethro back in. So 15-40, 2 break points and a second serve here. Tommy Paul has got to get his serve back to where it was between those 4 games, if you like, between 5-1 and 5-all.
Yeah.
Ooh, took a risk there with the forehand, but Novak is playing well now. Novak is playing well now.
This is a good point.
It is a good point. Deep into the rally. We had that 30-shot rally in the first set that Tommy Paul ended up winning. Novak on the forehand, backhand Tommy Paul. Has it gone long, has he? No, he hasn't. Must have clipped the line, both of those.
Oh, twice.
Yeah, right. But it's not enough to win the point, and that's the problem. Novak going for the drop shot.
Yeah,
Tommy Paul comes in, wins it, and has to.
That was a surprising choice of shot there from Novak.
Yeah, it was. It was a surprising choice of shot, and it was also not really well executed either.
No.
Too much height on it in a way. It's just way too much height on that one.
Tommy Paul did well there. Stuck with him.
And he did really well with the risky ones he did that were hitting the baseline. But Novak was hitting them back with interest.
He was. He done two, didn't he? That just sort of kind of clipped the baseline at the back of the net, and then the following shot just sort of was very short, just over the
It
net.
was really short, the third one. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't do that for a third time.
Oh,
He's gone long.
Yeah, he's gone long
It's a
there,
break for Novak.
and that's what Novak does to you, right?
Indeed. 2 games to love. Novak leads now. He's got a break in this second set. Just as I was saying, what Tommy Paul needs to do is just hold serve, just get some first serves in, get in a groove. He's down a break.
Yeah, and I guess that's easier than when you're, no disrespect, but when you're playing Brian Shelton, right, than when you're playing Novak Djokovic.
Nico suggesting in a couple of years from now, Tommy would win that first set. Yeah, quite possibly. Nico is still far behind us, and he's just at the end of the first set, it seems.
We are 2 years from now, Nico. We're in the year 2025.
Year 2025 where we are. Novak goes down the tee.
Quite possibly, yeah. He should have won that set. Or at least got it to a tiebreak.
Yeah. Oh, actually, sorry, Jethro, you're on mute. There you go, Jethro.
Oh,
sorry, you've been
How
saying
rude.
some amazing things in the last couple of minutes, and I think you've been on mute throughout.
I just had the most amazing technical analysis that anyone's ever heard, and
Oh, God.
Sorry.
I didn't. I really didn't.
He's cutting a bit of a frustrated figure there, Tommy Paul.
Yes. Okay.
So he's 25, is he? So do we see Paul getting back to this stage of a Grand Slam again? What do we think, guys?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. He's got a lot of crap on Twitter, not like directed at him necessarily, but kind of just people being like, "How is Tommy Paul in a Grand Slam semi-final?" I'm like,
Oh, really?
if you told me last year that Tommy Paul would make a Grand Slam semi-final this year, I would have been like, yeah, I absolutely see that. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Okay.
It's really weird how people kind of. I think it's all an attempt to kind of make it look like, oh, Djokovic has an easy draw. I'm like, look, Tommy Paul was easily good enough to make a Grand Slam semi-final. Like
And Tommy Paul's draw hasn't been easy, as in like he had to play RBA, Brooksby as well. These are players that you would probably want to avoid before, say, a quarterfinal, in my opinion. And yet he played them both before a quarterfinal.
Yeah, Struff and Davidovich Fokina, I guess, harder first 2 rounds than Novak had as well.
Struff did really well in qualifying. Oh, that's a great volley, but it might not be enough to win the point. Yes, it is.
It is enough.
Oh, nicely done. Good speed.
Yeah,
I mean,
Davidovich
is a horrible second round as well. Davidovich Fokina is so good.
One of the worst kind of first round opponents you can have is a qualifier who's flown through qualifying. You're better off playing a wild card or
a
even
lucky loser.
Someone in the top 30, but he hasn't been doing very well in the last few weeks or whatever. Yeah. Honestly, Struff, I think I may even had Struff to win that. Let's goes to show how bad my prediction was there.
I won thrown out of the bracket for that one.
Yeah, I won the popcorn tennis league, I think, for the men's.
Okay.
You won it, did you?
Everyone remaining has Djokovic. It's the past final.
Yeah.
Djokovic to win.
Yeah.
And I think I won because I got the most matches right, although we're tied on points.
What's your overall score on the?
I haven't checked. I'm out of the WTA completely now because I didn't have I only had Sabalenka in the semifinals, and I didn't have Rybakina or Azarenka or Linette. I don't think anyone had.
No one had Linette.
No.
Rybakina I could have easily had in the semifinals, but I picked Collins over her in that match. Which I didn't know Collins was, but Collins entered the tournament kind of injured, so I didn't know that. So
no, but I don't think it affected her much in that Rybakina match. I think Rybakina was just better.
She was much better, but Collins really did struggle to return, and I did think that was partly due to the injury. But Rybakina's been amazing, So
did anyone have Rybakina to beat Swiatek?
I saw it coming.
Once it happened, yes. No. What I mean is not once it happened. I mean, like before the match, yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Breakback point here.
I did have Rybakina beating Daniel Collins in my bracket. So
Tommy Paul to break back.
Yeah, break point.
Yeah.
This match is just all over the place.
Really is.
Goes well wide with the first
Oh,
serve.
dear.
Well wide. He's
Looking to
volleying there, right?
Yeah,
as
he's
well.
trying 7 volley.
Yeah.
I love it when the big 3, big 4 go for their 7 volley just randomly. Like it often works.
Yeah.
He looks a little out of breath today, Djokovic. It might just be a
does.
cold or something very minor.
It looks like he's boiling hot.
Yeah, right. When it's pretty, it was not that hot today. It was like 24, although Tommy Paul
Oh,
goes
he's
long
got
and
long.
down now.
Is
So I
it?
imagine it's probably below 20 now, even.
I know earlier on in the week it was predicted to be like exceedingly hot for the women's final. I'm not sure if that's changed now. Let me have a look.
Right now, it's still 23, to be fair. So it's not as cool as I thought it might be. I'll just check the temperature for right now. Yeah, no, I heard about that as well regarding the women's final. As the clock hits 9 p.m. local time in Melbourne. Talking of clocks, the serve clock was going down. Novak in charge of this rally here.
Well, he tried to wrong foot in, but Paul kind of read it.
It didn't work on that occasion. Novak gets a net cord, and it's a winner for Tommy Paul.
Well done, Tommy Paul. Yeah, it's going to be 34 degrees tomorrow, Saturday.
There you go.
Final.
They may even but listen, they will start at 7:30 p.m. So is that 34 degrees like peak?
Yeah, that's the peak. So it probably will be a bit less than that then, right?
Yeah, because don't forget, I think what's the precipice? Is it 29 degrees or something, and they won't play?
Not sure.
There was some matches last week that were postponed by a couple of hours, which is why we got a bit of a backlog because then it started to rain as well. But they stopped play for about 2 hours one day last week on the court on the courts that don't have a roof because of the temperature. In a rally here, Novak on the forehand, good forehand, but Tommy Paul's still in this rally. That's short though.
Yeah. Ooh.
This is turning into another classic rally. There's been a few of these in the match.
I find Paul's shots really hard to like. It's really hard to know where Paul's shots are going watching on the TV because he's got so much spin and loop on it. It looks like it's going out and then it just drops in easily. And it's but he was in that. He was really in that. Oh yeah, he kind of framed that.
Yeah, a little disappointed there. We're back to Deuce.
He's one of the there's been quite a few players recently who've switched to Yonex for this season.
Okay.
More and more people going over there now. It's interesting.
What is the make of what brand is it that Casper Ruud wears clothing wise?
Yonex.
Is it Yonex?
They do clothes as well. Yeah, it's him, Wawrinka, and Hurkacz all have that, and Garcia as well.
Oh, okay, Garcia as well.
Yeah,
I remember her wearing. I think she wore Asics in the past, Garcia. But
I really liked Hurkacz's lilac/lavender kit. It looked like he was kind of in his silk pajamas, and he looked very cool. I thought.
Another rally here, Deuce.
Backhand to
Which
backhand.
way's this one going? Goes long from Novak. A break point.
He's pulled up. He's pulled up. Oh dear.
Oh, he's fine.
Of course he is.
I couldn't tell if that was pain or if he was out of breath.
No, I think it might have been a bit of a breath scenario. I think he's okay.
Yeah.
Because that's what he had this at the ATP finals last year.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that's what it's more reminiscent of. It's more reminiscent of that than anything regarding hamstring or whatever.
Yeah. He's got to take a point.
Third break point
chance here, surely.
Ace.
Oh, there you go.
It's an amazing serve.
What a serve that was.
I mean, it wasn't even that quick, but just the placement was just absurd. It was like proper back edge of the line.
9 aces for Djokovic.
9-3. And Tommy Paul got quite a lot, didn't he, against Shelton?
Yeah, he did, and he's pretty good at serving. You know, he's pretty good pace and spot. Novak goes long on the first serve. Deuce, second serve. We're on our third deuce. We've had 3 break points in this game for Tommy Paul. Yet to take one. Forehand return from Tommy's not bad. Backhand slice. Tommy goes into the net. Game point
It was a
Novak.
good backhand from Djokovic there.
It was. Oh, he's having chances though.
Yeah. But we could be looking at 3-love in a minute, so
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can see him kind of running away with the set, right, Novak, from that point.
And then it's just an absolute mountain to climb, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
2-love down to Novak in Melbourne. Second serve.
Has he ever lost from 2 sets up? Surely not.
In a Grand Slam?
Grand Slam.
In
I
Australia.
wonder if he lost to back in his. He lost to Andy Roddick when he had to retire when he was the defending champion. I'm not sure if he was 2 sets up, but he was winning. Let me double check that.
I thought maybe I pushed that wide.
Okay, he's won the game. 3-love.
Yeah, holds. Yeah, let's have a look. Because what year did he win his first? It was 2007, wasn't it?
2008, I think, was his first win in Melbourne. I think.
2008.
Yeah,
2008. Okay.
Nadal won. Oh, yes, that was a quarterfinal, wasn't it? Because Federer beat Roddick in the semis of 2009. Obviously, Nadal, Verdasco
Right.
was the other one.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, so that one, Andy Roddick won in 5 sets, but he was constantly ahead. Yeah, wasn't.
I can't remember a match that Novak lost after being 2-love up at all.
No.
Never mind in Germany.
Never mind in Nadal twice. Fanini, US Open 2015, and Tsitsipas. God,
Yeah.
still not over that. Yeah. Still not over that one.
Okay.
I was so annoyed.
Yeah, I thought of that match today because Tsitsipas looked like he was doing the reverse, bearing in mind he had a smash and didn't succeed with the smash. Then Khachanov comes back in it and wins on a tiebreak, and it was reminiscent because don't forget Rafa had a smash or two maybe, and there was a shank as well from him in that tiebreak, and he was a mini breakup in the tiebreak as well. So he's 2-love up, a mini breakup, and he's got a smash and he doesn't get it, and it just fell apart from there really.
Yeah. So Novak Djokovic lost from 2-love up at the 2010 French Open.
Oh, did he?
Meltzer, was it? Meltzer.
Meltzer. Yeah.
Yes, good.
I don't remember that at all.
No.
I think I described him the other day as the cool Austrian tennis player before Dominic Thiem broke through.
2 sets and a breakdown as well, Meltzer was. I don't remember Meltzer getting to the semi-final. Do you know who he played, Jeffrey?
In the semis?
Yeah.
Federer?
Okay.
What year was it? 2010?
2010.
2010. French
I'm
Open
going to say
25.
Federer.
So Rafa won it, beating Söderling in the final, didn't he? So it's Söderling, maybe. Rafa beat Söderling in the final that year anyway, 2010.
They faced Nadal after Rafa.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Who then beat Söderling, right, I think, in the final.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as you said, John.
Got his revenge.
Yeah. Great sets.
That was like world-shattering news when I found out that Nadal had lost to Söderling. I'd been at school and I came home and found out Nadal had lost a match at the French Open, and I was like, "What? Are you kidding me?" And
if he hadn't been injured in 03 and 04, then of course things might be a bit different in terms of. I mean, it'd still be insane, but his record might have a couple more defeats on it, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, he could also have had another French Open as well. But
Could have 15.
Yeah.
And Djokovic is now left 32 very bad errors from Paul. I think
that was an absolute earth-shattering result as well. And also, I just remember Rafa's lost to Lucas Rosol at Wimbledon as well, just being absolutely earth-shattering.
Insane.
Under the roof, right, at Wimbledon. Maybe the first or second year they had the roof.
Yeah, it's 2012, I think.
So, okay, so maybe, yeah.
And he was defending champion, wasn't he? No, he won in 2010.
Yeah.
Well, he beat Burdick in the final, I think, 2010, actually. So it would have been a couple of years after that.
Great defense from Tommy Paul there, by the way.
Yeah. Djokovic was all over him there. I mean, Nadal went out to Steve Darcis in 2013. Then Kyrgios.
Yeah. Dustin Brown, don't forget that.
Dustin Brown, 2015. And
Whereas
Nadal had a
Dustin Brown now.
really, really bad early 2010s after he won the title.
2017 as well. He had it was probably the
Gilles-
best defeat of the lot, if you like. Gilles Muller in 5 sets. He was
Yeah.
down 2 sets to love. When he gets it back to 2 sets all, you're thinking, okay, that's fine now. But he loses, I think 15-13, was it in the fifth, something like that?
Gosh, yeah,
Yeah, it was a classic, wasn't it?
Muller's just served like a god that day. It was like
15,
it was
13, you're
unfair.
It was also the match where Rafa, when he does his bounce up and down, bangs his head. He banged his head before going out, and I don't
That's probably
think
why he lost the first
recovered
2
from that
sets.
Yeah,
too.
it's the most stupid self-inflicted injury I've ever seen.
I know.
Quite funny.
30-40, break point Djokovic.
Shame Paul did well
Yeah.
to get himself back to 30 all.
Yeah,
He did.
Another error because he came up with a really nice serve +1. But
You would say this is set point, wouldn't you? Essentially, although Paul did come back from two breaks down at the first set, but you couldn't see him doing it again.
no, I'd be surprised.
Net first serve. Goes down the tee. On the
Decent serve.
forehand. That was
Ooh,
deep,
that
but
was
it's still in, and
break.
it's into the net. Break
that
off
was
serve.
such a good angle from Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic, yeah.
How did Djokovic, do that with that deep shot?
4 love.
I don't know if he intended to, but
Yeah,
instinctively.
to see a replay of it. Yeah, Djokovic is playing better now in this set for sure than he did in the first. Much better.
Oh, definitely. He still looks like he's struggling physically, but it's not the
Yeah.
hamstring. It's just out of breath. He, like he even had a quick sit down just there.
Yeah, wonder what that is. As you say, does look quite breathless.
What's going on with him? Oh God's sake! What is my cat doing?
Oh,
Just wide.
yeah. High quality shot tennis. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I guess the scoreline doesn't really tell the story of the match, does it? I would say, especially the first set.
It's a bit all over the place.
Been all over the place. Djokovic's level was very up and down in the first set, maybe more down than up. He squandered 2 breaks in a row to Tommy Paul to get to 5 all, and then Paul lost his serve. Djokovic took it 7-5. Djokovic has upped his level in this set for sure.
Definitely.
And Tommy Paul's not really been able to live with him.
Yeah, I think Paul's levels also dropped. I think.
I
think he's disappointed he didn't get that set to a tiebreak.
4 T-love. So 3 game points now for a 5 love lead in this second set.
Oh, your mic volume's increased, John.
Gone up?
Yeah, I think it's okay now.
Yeah, let's hope there's not an insane shot.
But was the previous one working okay?
Yeah,
it was fine.
So the previous mic worked?
the previous mic worked. Yeah,
And this one's working louder?
louder.
Okay.
So
I'm just
Tommy
worried.
Paul won 29% of his first serve points in this set.
Tommy Paul has
wow.
won 29% of his first serve point.
59% for the match. It's not.
How many first serves is he getting in?
First serve percentage in is 59%. Sorry, 54% winning in the match now.
It's only just
59%
lower than
in.
Djokovic's overall, but yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, Djokovic just has a better serve, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, that's the thing, because you can break your serve at will, no matter how good your serve is, and he can also just boss you when he's serving as well. It's just
yeah.
He's just the most complete player. It's insane.
Yeah. well, might well become the joint most successful male Grand Slam player ever right after this tournament.
Yeah. And then all eyes on the French Open, where the race to 23.
That would be amazing, wouldn't it, if they both played in the final, both on 22 apiece?
That would be very cool. I hope Rafa doesn't go near a tennis court for the next 8 weeks.
He tweeted yesterday. Did you
He
see
did,
that?
yeah. He said it's the same as initially thought,
prognosis,
didn't he?
yeah.
Yeah. So it was like 6 to 9 weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So-
6 to 8 weeks, yeah.
6 to 8.
Is that going to rule him out of Miami, Indian Wells, or is he planning to play there?
I would imagine he wouldn't play both anyway. I don't think he ever. I think my guess that because he had this exhibition planned with Carlos in New York or Las Vegas, one of the two, that I think his initial plan was probably to play that and Indian Wells. Now with this injury, he might play neither Indian Wells nor. I don't think he was ever planning on playing Miami, but because Miami's a week later, he might play Miami, but. I think there's a lot of consensus that he just won't play until the clay court season.
Yeah, I don't think he should, and like he's got to be realistic now. Like last year was amazing, but for the first half of the year, but he now needs to just focus on the clay because his body is.
Yeah.
It's a great return.
Back, yeah.
Great return.
Yeah, his body's just letting him down.
Yeah, so I think he's got to target the French, see how he's feeling. After that, obviously, try and do everything he can to win the French again.
Yeah,
and when that's over, just see how he's feeling. I'm not on board with people saying he should retire at the French Open. Personally,
you're not. What, sorry?
I'm not on board with all these people saying he should retire off the French.
I mean, listen,
Open.
if he wins it,
and
then you've got Wimbledon 2 weeks later, basically 3 weeks later. So
yeah, and look, maybe if he wins the French or does well in the French, maybe he should skip Wimbledon. Federer was skipping the clay for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Murray often skipped clay as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh wow, what a
great shot!
Very nice. Very nice.
40-15.
Yeah,
I don't think he should skip Wimbledon though. I mean, go to Wimbledon, you go out first. I mean, listen, it depends on his health. I mean, if he's cooked, the thing is hindsight and all the rest of it. Perhaps he should have retired against Taylor Fritz in that quarterfinal.
Yes. That actually really set him back half a year, at least, I think.
Could well have done.
Yeah.
Because he said, I mean, let's go for Novak 40-30. He pulls out of Canada. And he also plays Cincinnati. And he also tweaks the abs again. He did an injury between Cincinnati and New York. So his serve was a bit off in New York. So basically, this is all, though, as a consequence of the injury, which, by the way, was there during Wimbledon. So even after the first round, he got asked in a press conference as Tommy Paul holds serve. He got asked in a press conference saying something about what's all that stuff on your abs, as in like some stickers and stuff, or some not stickers, plasters, tape. Some kind of tape. Thank you, tape. That's the one. He didn't have stickers.
That'd be funny.
But we have got stickers available for those who want to use them in the live chat, if you're a member, by the way. So that's probably what I'm preoccupied with. But yeah, so unforced errors I can see is coming up on my screen. 28 to 27. Novak
Djokovic is limited as a lot now, and Paul's increased his.
Yeah. He's probably about 5 or 6 in this set, I would say, Djokovic.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Novak is serving for this second set. Hits the net, so it's going to be another first serve. Down the tee, comes into the net.
Oh,
went the right way, but
yeah.
Love Novak Djokovic, 3 points away from this set. Goes to the backhand, forehand Novak into the net.
Oh, surprising miss.
Yeah. Jamie, what's your strengths on the tennis court?
How long have we got, John?
Well, yeah, true. I know you're multifaceted.
My strength, I would say, I'm quite fast. So I say my movement.
Oh,
In short spaces, I can sort of
no,
get
no,
around
no
the
drop
court.
shots against you then.
Yeah, I'm probably giving too much away here, John. But when we do play,
Yeah,
I would say,
he's trying to work you out. Yeah.
yeah. How about yours?
Mine, well, maybe the forehand, maybe the return.
The return.
Yeah, return of serve.
Return of serve. Are you quite good at reading where the server's going?
Not necessarily, but just Novak, by the way, probably should have had this point wrapped up before, and he hits it to the net. 30 all.
That was amazing defense from Paul, to be fair.
That really was. He's got the crowd going here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has. And actually, there was quite a few people on their feet when he won that point, as in like celebrating it. 30 all. Just return a serve, yeah. I like, especially if I take it early, you know.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted that point over and done with Novak. So he goes for the drop shot, but doesn't make it.
I think he was trying to be too crafty.
Maybe.
Yeah.
30 all.
Drop shot hasn't worked very well for him today, Novak.
Going wide with the first serve.
I think he's only really used the drop shot because he's not being Tommy in the backhand exchanges, and he's kind of used it as a get out of jail card, and it's not really worked.
Yeah.
Ah.
That was a big second serve.
It was a big
great second serve. Yeah. Very deep in the box.
Too good.
Yeah. Would you have been able to have returned that? Do you think, John? Would you have taken that early?
Oh yeah.
That would have played right into your strength.
That would have sailed past Djokovic down the line.
Set point. Novak Djokovic first 2 sets to love lead down the tee.
Great serve.
And he's in charge at this point, and he's got a smash to go for, and he's probably got it. It's enough to win the point, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 sets. 2 sets.
2 sets to love.
Pretty routine.
And the mountain that Paul had to climb at the beginning has now probably become insurmountable.
Let's have a look at the win predictor now.
Win predictor, I was going to say that. I'm going to go for 4%.
Oh, really? That's generous, Jamie.
Really?
It should be on the website as well.
I think 4%. If it does say 4%, is generous because it was probably about 18 at the beginning of the match. I say probably. I think I might have seen it at about 18. And 4% is where Rafa was, 20-time Grand Slam winner Rafael Nadal was when he was love 40 down on his serve in the 5th set. So, actually, no, it was before then. I think it was the beginning of the 5th set. Beginning of the 3rd set.
Beginning of the 3rd.
Yeah, beginning of the 3rd. So, therefore, this is different, though. This is like this in terms of the fact that it's Tommy Paul, first-time Grand Slam, against 21-time Grand Slam winner and 9-time Australian Open winner who's won 35 or 36 matches in a row in Melbourne. He's only lost once since May, I think, or June, sorry. Ignoring the Felix defeat at the Laver Cup.
Yeah, just to clarify, though, I don't think Paul has any chance of coming back.
No, I know.
Yeah. Have you got the stat? Have you got it there, Jeffro?
No, it sometimes pops up on the website, but I don't think they've done it.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Can't see it anywhere. Maybe it'll come up on the screen. I don't know.
By the way, what's the most satisfying shot to play in tennis, do you think, you guys? If you're playing, what's the most satisfying kind of
drop shot is great.
The drop shot comes off, right?
Yeah, if it comes off, yeah.
Either backhand down the line winner, or when someone does a drop shot and you get up to it and then like sort of slide in and like get it, and they're at the net and you like get it past them.
Hit like
Jamie, you love
cross court.
Jamie loves a good net cord.
Yeah, I love a good shank that lands in on the baseline. Should set up a little talking tennis kind of. Obviously, it would be impossible to get everyone at the same time. But
That's
just
the trouble. That's the
yeah.
trouble. You might, I mean, even Nick is in the UK, but he's in Stoke. I think we've got Hanya and Jethro in or around London. We've got you who works in London but lives outside. I'm in Germany. We've got one or two in Glasgow. We've got one in southern Italy. We've got a few in the US. It's not happening.
No, not at the same time. That's for sure.
I mean, we just about managed to gather last Friday an internet call with 4 or 5 of us. That's about as. I mean, that's understandable. People are doing things. It was on a Friday evening as well. People have got more important things to do than have a chat amongst the talking tennis community. But and then people are working as well and stuff like that. So
yeah.
But you're right, it'd be great. But even if we just got a doubles match, I think that would be a success.
Yeah. You guys played ping pong last week, right?
Yeah, we did a bit on Saturday or it was probably 2 weeks ago now. Yeah. Was
it Damien who was kind of
Damien?
Insane.
Yeah. Damien's a demon on the ping pong. So 2 sets to love. That first set was the chance. You know, you win the first set, you lose the second, and we're going into a third set right now, and you're thinking, well, you never know. The momentum will be with Novak, but the first set, 5 or 6-5, I should say, that game that he lost is on his serve, and then he was already 2-love down at the beginning of this set, and it was kind of done.
Yeah, just gonna grab some toast. Be 2 seconds.
All right.
I saw a funny tweet earlier. I think you'll like this, John.
Go
on. From someone I follow, and he said this was about Tsitsipas. Hold on. God, he tweets a lot. Crikey, I hate it when people tweet like million tweets an hour because then
because then you can't find it. Yeah.
Trying to find my tweets literally from this morning, taking ages.
Huh?
He said, if Tsitsipas were 50% less annoying and 75% more successful, he would have gotten most of the Roger Federer fans on board already.
Yeah, that's funny.
Kind of Juan Jose. Kind of harsh to say 75% more successful. I think he's having a pretty good career. But the annoying part, yeah. I mean, he could be about 80% less annoying and he'd still be on the edge.
Regarding Steph, I flit between him being funny, charming, interesting, even modest and nice. But then he'll just go and do something silly, and I'll be like, oh, all that good work, you've gone on and done it.
Yeah, totally. But his tennis, like, wow, it's incredible right now.
Yeah, but he still has off moments, which, as I say, against Novak, you just can't afford to have.
He does have these dips. Yeah, well, I was speaking to someone the other day. I was just thinking, imagine what we could have seen from Thiem if he'd had a good draw here. I don't think he would have made second week necessarily, but
it's a slight step back. I think didn't he stop playing tennis around about end of October last year? I don't know if that was injury related or he just wanted to sort of stay on the practice court.
He got given a kind of quite late wild card to Paris qualifiers.
And did he play then in the end?
No, he'd had really good runs in like Antwerp and Vienna and Gijon and like all these indoor tournaments. He was playing really well, but then he got to the Vienna and then he had that amazing match with Tommy Paul in Vienna and he won it and it was so amazing. And then got to the Medvedev match and you could see he was hanging with him for the first 7 games and then you could see he was just he was just knackered. Like he could have if he'd kept that level, I think he could have beaten Medvedev that day. But like he was exhausted. You could just see it in his body and his face because it had been such an intense period for him. And so I think he made the right decision not to play Paris. But it was, and then he's not made a good start to the year. He lost to Sun Kwon in qualifiers quite comfortably.
Yeah.
In Adelaide, and then he goes to Australia and gets a wild card there, and he's been thinking, here we go, this is gonna be interesting to see how he goes. And he gets probably the worst player he could have got round one, like in terms of matchup. Like that's the matchup that's been the worst for him, even when he was playing really well. And he gets in round one, and he's just like,
yeah,
it was very unfortunate for him.
What's the head-to-head like with Rublev? Is it not good then?
It's like 5-2 Rublev or 4-1 Rublev. Okay. Give me a sec, I'll go check it. Something like this. Or maybe it's 5-1 Rublev actually. Team has one win on clay, and then the other, and then he's never lost him on a hard court.
Okay. Talking about Dominic team, Jamie.
We finally got sidetracked. Yeah, 5-2 Rublev. So yeah, and that's including the one that played this tournament.
That's Rublev and teams head-to-head, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was just saying it would have been interesting to see how far Tim got if he'd actually got a somewhat decent draw.
Right. Yeah.
But he was given probably his worst matchup on tour in first round. Who played a great tournament, Rublev got to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a shame that.
It's a shame that team didn't go into this tournament in the form that he was in at the end of last year, right? Because he was starting to get better last year.
He was really ramping it up. Yeah, we were just saying that he was having some great form.
30 all here.
You've got to think he nets the backhand. He has to hold here. Like this is.
But I had a feeling he might get broken. I mean, still might hold, but I just thought, hang on a sec, this is just one of those that Novak gets an early break and that's it.
Yeah. I wonder if they. I presume that they're selling separate tickets for these two men's semi-finals, right?
I think so.
One day, one night.
I had actually had that thought, and I assume so, unless they kind of just combine day and night session, and we're like,
yeah, there's probably the option.
Great defense from Novak here.
It's another good forehand from Paul. Is he going to finish it off? He
nice.
does. That's a very good point, and he needs to come into the net more. But of course, he's not really getting a chance to hit a good approach shot either. So,
yeah,
I guess it's kind of pointless.
If he doesn't hit a good approach, Novak will just gobble him up for breakfast.
Yeah.
Nice backhand volley like that is very satisfying to hit as well.
Yeah, because we've seen them fly off and go wide or go into the net. Mostly when we're watching Jamie play, I think.
Oh, it's a stunning return from Djokovic.
It was a good return, yeah.
Paul did well.
He's got himself back to neutral terms. While Djokovic is still attacking, but
he's just moving about here.
There we go.
That was pinpoint accuracy, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was no bounce. Like that just stayed so low.
Yeah. He's finding some of his best form here, I think.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing,
I think Paul's managed, despite not playing his best for most of this match so far, he's actually made a pretty good account of himself.
I mean, from 5-1 to 5-5, I would certainly say so.
Yeah, but I still think he'll be really disappointed not to have won the first set, given the way it went and the way Djokovic was playing.
Yeah.
Oh, certainly. He really should have won that set.
And he's held that, or saved that break point with a smash.
That really was a very good smash.
Yeah.
Just imagine if Kokkinakis had hit that against Murray, would have had Murray out in straight sets.
At what point was that? Can you remember? Was it in
That
the
was,
first set?
I think, no, yeah, it was third set. I think it was 2-love. Kokkinakis.
Two love to Kokkinakis.
Yeah, so
Oh.
we just broken, and then he got broken back, and then he did serve for it and choked.
That was break point, wasn't it? At that point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Break
think.
point. Oh.
He messed his footing up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It
that
wasn't a very good volley either.
It wasn't a great lob from Djokovic, but
No.
Paul slipped.
Third break point.
Are lobs really satisfying to hit? I don't think I've ever hit one successfully.
I mean, they are, but he didn't even need to put any topspin on that one. He just lofted it over him.
Yeah. I think lobs are satisfying to hit, especially if you're playing a really tall person, right?
Yeah, but
like when Murray used to lob John Isner
and Karlovic at Wimbledon. Yeah, I remember that.
Done. One love.
Game set.
That's it.
Surely.
Yeah.
The break. The return. It was all about the return there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's don't forget it was 5-all. So that is 6, 7, 8, 9 games out of 10.
Wow.
See, this is again another example of Tsitsipas just being really cringe and like petty. So the other day when Djokovic had forgotten that he played Tsitsipas in the Roland Garros final.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's played 34 Grand Slam finals or something like that. Like you're not going to remember every single one. And he got asked in this press today, said, Stefanos, Novak the other day didn't remember about the final that you played in Roland Garros. Do you see that as a genuine lapse, or maybe he's trying to get in your mind? Again, I don't remember either. And they went, final. And he went, no, don't remember.
I think that's funny.
Yes. But like he like that affected him so badly. Like he's not fooling anyone with that.
No,
like,
no, I don't think he's trying to. I think he's saying he's joking, and no, you've only been in one Grand Slam final, and I don't think Djokovic, in his defense, I don't think he forgot. He just, you're in the middle of a conversation, boom, 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 and I think he was trying to give a compliment to Stefanos, as in, like, I think he was saying something like, he's the big dog on the other side of the draw. He's the one with the most Grand Slam experience, trying to get to his first Grand Slam final or something like that, he said. And then it's like, I think he then said, it's because he's not been in a Grand Slam final yet. But it's the sort of thing I would say in commentary, when you're just focused on the Australian Open, you're going for that. You're talking about Tsitsipas on the other side of the draw. He's never been to the final in Melbourne. He's been in 3 semi-finals. You say he's never been in a Grand Slam final before. And then you catch yourself, somebody comes in the live chat, hey, he's in the French Open final. You're like, okay, yeah, sorry. I was there at that match.
If I had reached one Grand Slam final and I had a 2 sets love lead against, probably the greatest player of all time, and that player forgot that I'd ever even been in the Grand Slam final, I would be so annoyed.
But yeah, I think it was that kind of thing, wasn't it? Sort of slip in his mind, I guess. I can't. I'm sure when the reporter reminded him, he wasn't still scratching his head. Yeah.
Listen, the biggest statistic is that Stefanos lost. That's the thing that bothers Stefanos most, I'm sure. By the way, this is a nice little sending them.
That was nice. By the way, he will have a bit more support here, though, Stefanos, in the crowd. Right? The Australian crowd do get behind him.
Yeah, they really like
so
him
many
now.
Greeks there.
Yeah, I think the Aussies like him as well. But yeah, it's the big Greek contingent, and they make a lot of noise for him.
Yeah, it was great.
But I think they were pretty. I mean, they were pretty loud in the first 2 sets against Sinner, and then I think the rest of the crowd were like, "Okay, we want to see a match now." So they really got behind Sinner.
Okay.
Right.
Plus, there is an Italian. There seems to be all sorts of contingents, but it is. Yeah. I think basically you're looking at Greek,
Serbian,
Italian, and then Croatian, or of course, Serbian.
Yeah.
No British fans out there.
Well,
Murray was the tournament favorite, like crowd wise, though. It seemed like
Murray was getting the support against Kokkinakis, wasn't he? Almost.
Wow. He was, yeah. Like it was 50-50, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay. It was funny. I watched the extended highlights of Shelton against Popper, and the crowd is just dead quiet. Like Shelton's just hitting these ridiculous shots, and they're kind of just clapping a few people.
Shit.
He just
Oh.
silenced them. Oh, it's a good play.
Drop shot worked for him there.
That's a great shot from Djokovic.
Shelton dealt with Popperin in the crowd really well in that one, didn't he?
He did. I really like Shelton. I like his game as well. He's kind of got a different sort of. He's not kind of just like your kind of big baseliner hitter like Runa and Alcaraz and Sinner. Well, Sinner's more solid, I suppose, than big hitting. But like he's got a lot of elements to his game already, which I quite like.
I've seen him compared to Jack Draper. Would that be fair? Do you think?
I'd say that's pretty fair. I think he's probably going to have a more complete game than Draper mainly because of the forehand. He absolutely tees off on his forehand, and Draper's is still quite just a bit too loopy and spinny to be a weapon, whereas Shelton's is already like a proper elite forehand, to be honest. But what Shelton's got to work on is his return, because I mean his return of serve is not good. But I mean he's just come out of college tennis. Like he's never faced he's facing like professional top 100, top 50 players with great serves. Like he's not gonna
absolutely.
He's not gonna be able to return their serves easily at this point in his career.
He's only just used his passport for the first time, right? As well.
It's insane, yeah. Like, and he's taking Tommy Paul was amazing last year, and he's taking Tommy Paul to 4 sets in his first ever Slam quarterfinal. It's just insane.
Yeah.
Must be a pretty daunting flight as well, no? I mean, you're getting on a plane, you're going, I'm guessing, across the Pacific Ocean, and 17 hours on a plane. I don't know where he's flying from, but let's say California. That's for your first trip abroad. That's a hell of a lengthy flight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was listening to Gail Gross talk about him on his YouTube channel the other day, and he said that he thinks people are just going to absolutely love Shelton because of it, like his personality, and I can already see it. He's got a very good kind of like boyish charm. He's like very nice. He's got a big smile. He's like just got great energy. And I think people are going to be, I agree. I think people are going to be huge fans of him.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is slipping away rather fast.
It is. Yeah. By the way, do you remember when I said at the start that Paul wouldn't win 10 games?
Yeah, true. And I think I was pretty keen on going 10 and over.
Should have chucked a bet on.
If he keeps it to just one break, he'll get to 10.
He'd get to 6-4 in a set.
Yeah, exactly.
Oof. Djokovic went for the kill there.
Yeah, he did. Went long.
So he's won one more game. He just needs to not get a bagel, then he looks more respectable than Domino, I suppose. How many games did Rublev win? Was it?
Rublev won 7, I think. Or was it 8?
Was it 1, 2, and 4?
So yeah, 7. Something like that. 7. Yeah, I think it was 1, 2, and 4.
Oh,
what a return, Novak Djokovic! Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah,
but it was so quick. I'm not surprised. That was insane.
Paul probably missed it. It's not a good angle to see it either. Can't see that properly.
No.
Yeah, so what was it? Yeah, so I guess he got 7 and he won 2 and 4, I think.
I did enjoy Miles's optimism when you asked for our predictions,
John. I saw that,
and he said Djokovic. He said Tommy Paul in 3.
Yeah. I do think that people get confused between what they want and what they think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Khachanov in 3, Khachanov in 4. I was like, really? Do you actually think that's going to happen? No. If they get into one forehand exchange, Tsitsipas will win every single one. Like
I do these polls as well on the on YouTube, so people can vote who they think is going to win the match. And again, it does seem to be people get confused between who they think is winning and who they want to win.
Yeah.
And Paul's gone long, and it's a double break.
Double break now.
Double break. There we go.
It's he's like a boa constrictor now.
Since
squeezing the life out of Paul.
Yeah. He's won one game right since 5-5 in the first set, which was probably about an hour ago.
Gosh.
Yeah,
it's just what he does, you know. It's what he's done most of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's something like 11 out of 12 games, something like that.
and still the only player to take a set off Djokovic this tournament. This could be a really great pub quiz question, couldn't it?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Cool, good.
Yeah. Well, the hope and the thoughts of Stefanos Tsitsipas fans would be that if he plays his absolute best, Stefanos, something like he approached for 2.5 sets today, serves as well as that, he has a chance against Novak playing like this and playing like he did against Rublev. He has a chance because Novak played decent against Rublev, and he's played decent, particularly since that end of first set. I would say Novak has played well, but I just think that Tsitsipas makes a match of it. If it's like it is today, or if it's like the performance against Rublev, if that Djokovic appears, we could be going 4 or 5 sets with Stefanos. That's what I'm suggesting.
So was Djokovic not particularly impressive against Rublev? Because I missed the entire match.
I have seen a comment from Pavi G, which was along the lines of, wow, the thing is, Rublev has played really well today, and even then he couldn't land a glove on Djokovic. But it was, I don't know what planet Pavi was on when he was watching it.
I don't know what planet he's on 24/7.
No, I know.
It's definitely not this one.
No, but
he provides me some good laughs, though.
Yeah, indeed. But no, he really didn't. And not everything the tennis podcast says is gospel, but they got it right as well. They said they thought exactly as I did, which was that Rublev did not turn up. Rublev needed to bring his A game, hope that Djokovic brought his C game, and then it might go 4 or 5, for example. But what happened was Djokovic brought his B game, and Rublev brought his C game, basically, which is why we got the result we did. He had chances. That first set was 6-1. Rublev had so many chances to win points in that set.
He had a lot of break points, didn't he?
He had break points, and he was in moments. Sometimes we see Djokovic facing a break point, and he pulls out an ace or whatever. He does his. And what can you do? Nothing. And there was so many points in that when Rublev was up. He's basically got Djokovic on the ropes, and he's going, "Here, come back in." He's doing in Austin Powers, in the first Austin Powers anyway, where they're sort of making fun of the James Bond scenario, where it's like where the son says, "Why don't you just go and put a bullet through his head?" And it's like, "No, I'm going to give him a chance to escape." And if I do that, the film's over in 5 minutes. And Rublev was like just giving him Djokovic a get out of jail free card on so many occasions during points.
Yeah. It's tough mentally for Rublev, and he does have these amazing mental performances, like he did against Rune. And I think back to Medvedev at the ATP finals last year, that was an amazing mental performance. But I think when he knows how hard it's going to be to beat Djokovic with his game, I think he just goes out there already not knowing what to do. Like he's even said, but I really like Rublev. He's such a lovely bloke. He's so nice. Yeah. But he's on his in-court interview after beating Rune already saying he doesn't want to play Djokovic essentially. And I'm just if Rune won that match, he's like, give me Djokovic. I'm going to take it to him like I did last year.
Yeah. You just say bring it on, right?
Yeah.
Even if you don't believe that.
You wouldn't hear Tsitsipas or Zverev or Medvedev saying, "Oh, I don't want to face Novak." And I know that's very different because they all play different styles and it's all different matchup issues. But you need to be up for these kind of things, and and you don't want to go the Casper Ruud route of kind of being like, "Oh well, I just love Djokovic and Nadal so much, I don't mind losing to them," which is also not the way it should be. I really like Ruud as well, but we have a breakback point for Tommy Paul.
Here the comeback starts here.
Oh, let's see the win predictor now. Is it 50% Tommy Paul? I reckon it is
50-50. Yeah,
yeah.
I do like it when people do that. Like, oh, what are the odds of this? And people just go, oh, technically it's 50-50 because one of them's going to win, or like he either wins or he doesn't. So I guess from that logic, we can say it's 50-50 from here.
Here we go. Get on the Tommy Paul train.
I think he's going to hit an ace here.
Get one back. Come on.
Oh,
Second serve.
Oh, he's got a chance here.
He's got more than a chance. He's back in the match.
Yeah. He's spinning the racket like nobody's business.
he's up for it. He's up for this.
Doesn't do enough for the return though.
No, not enough. Pace on it.
And Novak makes him pay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was a good backhand.
Hit a winner from there. I mean, that's just insane, really.
Yeah.
Who's he talking to?
Still quite.
I think someone calling out between serves. I think that's what I read earlier. So maybe that's still going on, which isn't
keep his mouth shut.
Oh, did you see Rebecca's coach yesterday?
What did he say? I saw him, but I don't know what he said.
Such negative energy for the entire match. Like,
oh really?
Really stressful to watch because he literally just he looks so annoyed. He looks like a stressed fan watching their favorite player, and every time they make an error, they're just furious. And I'm just like, no, you're the coach. Like, come on. Oh, and Paul goes long
beforehand.
Yeah, it's important to keep a bit of a poker face, right, when you're in the box.
Yeah.
Who's not good at who has the worst poker face? Well, I guess Petros.
As a coach, you mean?
Yes, Tsitsipas' dad's not great. Is
oh God, I can't stand that man.
Djokovic holds,
and this is where I sympathise with Tsitsipas a lot because his dad is awful.
Yeah, I think it's great he's got Philippoussis in there, but yeah,
like he's so terribly behaved and has been for years.
Yeah.
One of my favourite moments of last year was when Schwartzman got so fed up with Tsitsipas' dad talking right past his ear for the whole match. He just said, "Tell me one player on tour who likes him." Talking about Tsitsipas' dad, I was like, "No one. Everyone dislikes him because." And I'm pretty sure Tsitsipas himself doesn't like him. Like he's a nightmare. Yeah, and he doesn't do anything good for his game. Yeah, Philippoussis is fantastic for Tsitsipas.
Yeah,
but what is his dad bringing to him at this point apart from stress? Like Tsitsipas launched a ball at his dad at the ATP finals. Like that's not a healthy relationship, is it?
No.
Like,
seems like any success he's having it's not because of his dad, is it? I think it's in spite of him.
In spite of it, I completely agree.
By the way, I was just thinking of in terms of kind of unruly, unhelpful dads. I just thought of Bernard Tomic's dad, and that just made me search Bernard Tomic, and he's currently playing an ITF in Kuwait.
He withdrew. I've been following his ITF progress recently. It's quite a bit. I think he withdrew yesterday. I don't know.
Yes, why. He did. Yeah, he won 6-love in the round of 32, and then withdrew. Yeah.
So it's so Bernard Tomic, but like he does seem to be taking it a lot more seriously. He was asked about because he wasn't given a wild card into the Australian Open or to the qualifying.
Yeah.
And he was asked about it, and he was like, "I'm not expecting handouts anymore. I'm just going to do the work. I'm going to get back to the top 100 on my own."
Okay, nice.
Where is he ranked right now? Do we know?
He's about 400. I think it's 468. I don't know that because I literally checked yesterday.
On Wikipedia it says 2000. Oh, that's in October last year. That's not right.
Yeah, he is 468.
468.
468.
Okay. So he's not super far from top 100.
So he's not that far. And he bossed a good bunch of ITFs towards the end of last year. I think he withdrew from one. Oh, that was why.
No. So hopefully he'll be on for
We're on for seven games. And I think he withdrew from one last week as well. He played Berrettini's younger brother and dropped the first set as well. I was like, come on. Next you're going to lose to Petros Tsitsipas.
Where's Petros ranked?
I don't know, but he's turning into quite a nifty doubles player.
Yeah, I was going to say
having a bit more success.
Singles.
Yeah.
40-30 here, by the way, on the Tommy Paul serve. Anything crazy happens, i.e. a Novak break, or even crazier, a Tommy Paul game, I will let you know.
By the way, Sharon, she'd be tearing her hair out listening to this, wouldn't she? I was talking about Bernard Tomic.
I did say it would degenerate. He was a player I had in mind that would come up, and I didn't even bring him up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you were. I know you were talking about it. Is when Tomic asked for his dad to be removed from his box, didn't he? He
Yes, he did.
asked the umpire for a coaching violation, so his dad would stop talking.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
That was so funny.
and he also like beat up one of Tomic's doubles partners, training partners once.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh
not
my
a nice
God.
man, John Tomic. Really not a nice man.
Who beat up
Wow.
who? Sorry.
John Tomic once like assaulted Bernard's like hitting partner once.
Oh wow! So this is Bernard's father we're talking about here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not a nice man. I've been meaning to write an article for ages about tennis parents and how 85% of the time it's bad.
Yeah.
Like there's good examples, like like obviously like I guess like Richard Williams.
Richard. Yeah. Judy.
Coco Gauff's parents are doing a good job, but then you get like Donald Young, who's still getting coached by his mum, and like look how his career turned out. It's like imagine if he had a proper coach. Like
that's true, but Donald Young just stopped growing, didn't he? He just kind of didn't get any taller when he was one of the best juniors.
He was such a good prospect, wasn't he? And then just.
And Tommy Paul gets that game, by the way, that I was just speculating on.
Breaking news: Tommy Paul is on the board.
Tommy Paul wins a game.
Wow.
He needs to get to 5-1 down, and then it's game on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Then he'll get us to 5-all, get us excited, and then lose the set anyway. That would be nice. It would be good to see a contest, though.
I mean, it was a contest for that period, wasn't it? For 5 or 10 minutes when he got those 2 breaks.
Yeah. But since the beginning of the second set, really, since he's went 3-love up, it's just been so one-sided, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think Tommy Paul can play better as well. I think he can serve better than he was at the beginning of the match. He has had moments. I would agree with that. Novak looking annoyed once again.
I think if Tommy Paul wasn't tight in the first set, he would have won it, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because Djokovic was not going to play worse than he did in that set afterwards.
But we'd probably just be prolonging the inevitable. It would just be a 4-set win, and we'd have an hour of entertainment perhaps, and then it would get to say 2-1 as we'd be looking at right now, and we'd just be going, okay, well, and then it would just be we'd just be in this method just a bit later, but it would have given us an hour of a contest.
And less talking about Bernard Tomic and Donald Young.
Probably that would have still occurred. It just would
have just coming out. Yeah. No, I mean, well, the good news for Djokovic and his fans is that the hamstring seems absolutely fine. He's not really
it has done really pretty much throughout the tournament. There was a moment against Coco, I think it was, and I thought, oh, hang on a second, at the end of the second set. That was an ace there from Djokovic, by the way. That was the only moment. I heard some people saying against Dimitrov as well, but I didn't see it. The only thing against Dimitrov would be between points or between sets when Novak would look ginger. But there wasn't a moment during a point. It was like, for example, the set point that he won the volley on. It was afterwards that he falls to the ground, and I think he goes off the court, if you like, for 5 or 10 minutes. But that doesn't matter if you're doing that and you're fine during the points. And then against de Minaur and Rublev, completely fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great for Novak. 40 love.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like players like Tsitsipas will go into, because Djokovic is obviously going to win this, barring the 0.05% miracle that Paul brings it back. Players like Tsitsipas will go into a final against Djokovic having served amazingly and saved an insane amount of break points, and hitting great speed numbers and hitting great spots. But that just goes out the window when playing Djokovic, because he gets so many more serves back than anyone else in the history, really. And he makes meaningful returns as well. It's not like he just bunts it, just kind of bats it back. He'll find Tsitsipas's backhand. He'll make things uncomfortable for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think people forget that. They're like, oh, well, he's got a great serve, so he's going to hold those. Well, he might not.
Yeah.
Craig O'Shaughnessy has just tweeted about you've got to go to the net. You just got to go to the net more. I'll bring it up on the screen as well. And it's basically that he's just not gone to the net enough, Tommy Paul.
Well, we did say that, but also, like, yeah, he hasn't really had in many opportunities for an approach shot.
Quite possibly, yeah. Anyway, he said Tommy's been to the net 12 times in 148 points. Why? Nobody beats Novak trading ground strokes from the baseline.
He can still serve and volley right as well. That's kind of in his control totally.
Quirky.
Love 15.
Yeah, so he's 3 points away from the win.
Craig O'Shaughnessy actually said that the worst shot at the ATP finals last year was the Tsitsipas backhand.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he said that in an interview on Talking Tennis.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I remember watching that episode. Yeah, interesting. He had some interesting thoughts on Tsitsipas in general, actually.
Yeah, but he was also interesting about Rublev and the meltdown that he had, and
yeah,
Novak
I thought he was quite harsh on Rublev actually about his. He kind of called him, sort of made it seem like Rublev was really petulant.
Yeah,
but
he does. His argument was, and I'm not defending because I think I was also erring towards that as well. But his argument was that cost him the first set. Because it happened when it was like 4-4 or something.
Oh god, yeah. No, he was completely right. He was literally like 40-30 up at 4-4, wasn't he? And then
something like that.
Played a bad shot, and then it was juice. He got angry, and then break point. And then...
Andy's just said embarrassing stuff from this pool mug. Hopefully Fritz will be in this spot next time.
So who said that? Andy Murray?
Andy on the comments. No, not Andy Murray.
Oh,
I thought it was Andy Murray. I was like, that was.
I thought it was Andy Murray because I hadn't seen the comment.
I thought Murray saying this pool mug would be hilarious.
That would be insane, wouldn't it?
Andy, nice to have you on board. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, by the way. 40-15, Tommy Paul says he threatens to. Not for long. 40-30.
Oh yeah, I think if Fritz was in this position, he probably would be doing slightly better than Paul, but
he would. I mean, the thing is, the whole side of the draw, where this semi-finalist would have been either Fritz, Ruud, or Berrettini if all three of them didn't play shockingly bad in their first 2 rounds and go out to upsets. But I mean, I had Berrettini Fritz quarterfinal, and I had Berrettini just about coming through that. And then, of course, Andy Murray has to play the match of his life, and Berrettini is not in his best form. But and then obviously Ruud going out to Brixby. Unfortunately, I did think that was a possibility.
I didn't have Casper Ruud. I think I had Fritz get into the semi-final from that side.
Yeah, I think most people did.
Yeah, and I mean, like really, the last 2 slams, Taylor Fritz.
No, and it's disappointing. It's very disappointing. But it was interesting because obviously on the other side of this half, you had. I'm trying to think of something because there were significant seeds or like seeded players were Zverev, who was never making the quarters. And post injury in this kind of form, you had Schwartzman, who could barely walk when he got on court in his first match after getting injured in Auckland. You think if they were both in form, they could have had a really good match, given their seedings in the kind of like the 3rd round. I think it would have been, and you'd think the winner from that could have made the semi-final, but they were probably the most fragile season in the draw. Because they're both injured or could just come back from injury like Zverev. So it kind of gave an opportunity. That really gave an opportunity for, I thought Goffin was going to come through, get to the 4th round in that side. And then he pulled out with illness. So then that withdrawal really meant JJ Wolf. I had JJ Wolf beating Schwartzman in round 2, actually, in my bracket. Yeah. And then obviously we had the Wolf Shelton 4th round, which I do like. I like that we got that. I think that's really cool. I thought JJ Wolf was awesome last year, so that was fun.
Yeah. I think Bautista could have come through this half as well, right? But I think maybe he had quite a few long matches, and maybe sort of his legs, kind of tired of
Wow,
it.
great defensive from Tommy Paul.
I couldn't. Well, as you say that he dumps a forehand in the net. I found the Tommy Paul v Bautista Agut match very difficult to predict, actually.
Yeah,
but bless him, he's not pleased. He's not pleased.
No, he looks like he's been through the absolute ringer, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like Djokovic did an hour ago.
Yeah, he's got 8 games though, so he's got more than Rublev now. Which won't be much.
10 mark. That was the mark, and I thought he'd get it.
He would have been. You would have thought after the first set he would have done.
Yeah. Well, I did say I was like, I hope he doesn't go lose love and love now, and it's not been far off, but
no.
Yeah. Just...
Ugh.
2 points away. Yeah, I mean it's probably gone about how I expected. I thought each set would be closer. Like, the second and third sets would be closer.
Yeah. That was Paul's chance to make it at least competitive in the first set. I think the Djokovic Tsitsipas on Sunday. That first set is going to be so crucial, right?
Yeah.
7 volley here from Djokovic.
Paul's going to get that.
Yeah, but it's gone out.
Oh,
match
points. He's done it through the legs there, Novak as well.
3 match points to face Tsitsipas.
Repeat of 2021.
Hello.
French Open.
Hello.
Cat's coming for the match point.
Yeah, he's been missing most of it, but he wants to see Djokovic put Tommy Paul away for good.
Goes down the tee, and it's enough.
Here we go.
And he's into his 10th Australian Open final, winning 7-5, 6-1, 6-2 to the cost of 8 games. Tommy Paul, couple of thoughts on him, Jethro, before we move over to Novak.
Yeah, I mean, kind of how I expected that to go. A very good tournament, and I think he's a very deserving Grand Slam semi-finalist. And I don't think this is the last time we'll be seeing him here. I think either grass or both hardcore majors, we'll see him in more semi-finals. He's got a great game. Just couldn't quite bring his A game against the best player in the world, and he's not the first and he's not the last. He'll go through that.
Indeed, as Novak Djokovic reaches his 33rd Grand Slam final. He's won 21 of his previous, of his 32 that he's been in until now. And he will contest his 33rd one on Sunday against Stefanos Tsitsipas as Tommy Paul departs to the applause of the crowd. We had an entertaining hour, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, it did look like Novak was going to run away with the first set when he was up a double break. In the first set, Novak did not bring his A game, but he was much closer to that in sets 2 and 3. I don't think it would have had a bearing on the eventual result, but the first set was there for Tommy Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And we said if Tommy Paul wasn't, he was understandably feeling quite tight in that first set. And I think it did ultimately cost him because Djokovic was not playing well, or he didn't bring his A game. I don't think Djokovic brought his B game in that first set. I think he hit almost 25 unforced errors.
Yeah. Jethro, just we'll have a couple more comments before we bring this to a close. First of all, some comments on Novak and his performance today, and obviously now aiming for a 10th Australian Open title.
Yeah, it was an interesting first set. I don't think I've ever seen someone go 5-1 up, hitting 16 unforced errors. And then he managed to drop his level even lower, and Paul raised his. But yeah, sets 2 and 3, he looked very good. I still think there's another level there, though, which he had against de Minaur and at times throughout the tournament. And yeah, I mean, it's like 10-2 to Djokovic in the head against Tsitsipas, or 11-2, and he's not lost
at the moment. Yeah,
I mean, he's not lost since 2019 Shanghai, I don't think so. Yeah. Although Tsitsipas is by far the best player in the draw, has been throughout the whole tournament behind Djokovic, I still think Djokovic is going to be the very heavy favourite. But Tsitsipas could grab a set. He's playing well enough to get a set against him. But
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Jamie?
Yeah, I think Tsitsipas is playing well enough to get a set for sure. I do think if he's going to have any chance at all, he has to win that first set. I just can't see him making a comeback at all. I think if Djokovic gets ahead, he's such a strong front runner. I don't think there's any chance of Tsitsipas coming back if he loses the first set. Really, I do think that first set is absolutely crucial. Even if Stefanos does win that first set, I still make Djokovic pretty heavy favourite.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
And I think he wins I think if he wins the first set, it will probably be a tie break. It'll be a topsy-turvy first set, I think, and then Tsitsipas to win on tie break. That tends to be how Djokovic's first sets at Sam finals sometimes go, like Berrettini, Wimbledon, and the rest.
Could well be. Novak now giving his on-court interview. I think now gets ready to play Stefanos Tsitsipas in the final. Any final thoughts from you, Jamie, before I bring this epic show to an end? Arguably one of the best episodes we've ever had on the show, although Sharon wasn't overly amused. I want to bring her comment up again just to remind us of what she had to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sharon doesn't really know what she doesn't really know what she missed, does she? After she made that comment and left, she missed some absolute classic tidbits from us.
We had a great time.
We had a great time with or without Sharon, but look, we can't please everyone, right?
Indeed.
We missed Ghosty. Ghosty would have put her in her place.
Yeah, well, of course, it's like 3 a.m. in California right now. So we tend to get Ghosty, and we have quite a lot of him until basically around about 6 a.m. here or even a bit later. Like we often get him. So I had him for the first semi-final, for example. And I think basically the end of that, which would have been about 7, 8 o'clock this morning in Europe, at least Central European time. And that was him bowing out. Hey, we got the cat in as well. That's great. Jethro, what's your cat's name?
Enzo.
Enzo.
The tennis player. The only man to take a set off Djokovic at the Australian Open so far.
Oh, indeed. Yeah. Indeed.
Wow. Wasn't named after him.
No, we got him. We got him just before Christmas. So
cool. All right, guys. Listen, it's been a pleasure. It was a bit short-lived in the end. We thought we had a bit of drama at the big end of the first set, and I guess we did have it for a few minutes. But any danger that Novak sensed, he soon extinguished, ultimately prevailing in 3 sets. He will contest his 10th Australian Open final on Sunday. He will obviously be the heavy favourite, but Stefanos Tsitsipas stands in his way from that decima. Okay, guys, once again, a big thank you to you for stopping by.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Cheers, John. Thank you.
And to the rest of you, I will play you out with this tune, which I will leave playing for anywhere between 5 minutes and an hour. I have no idea how long I'll let it go. Sometimes, by the way, the viewing figures go up as I have this reel on, and I decide to let it go. But then they go down sometimes as well. But in the meantime, I will let this play out, and I'll speak to you all very, very soon.